that going together, working on international organizations, working together in the European Union, I think would help this predictability and would help finding answers that go in the correct direction, protecting general interest. And then I would like to underline, because I am a competition law person, I would like to underline the relevance of competition for the markets. I mean, we have lots of other goals. We are going to discuss about lots of other goals today, but I think that competition in itself is a very relevant goal because it creates lots of benefits for society. And that's something that I would like to underline. And together with this, we need to be aware of the problems. We cannot use these kind of agreements to accept cartels, to authorize mergers that are just based on this. So we need to be rigorous in the application, in the enforcement of competition law with traditional tools, and also considering state aid. And for this guidance, the horizontal guidelines are really relevant. And then I wanted to underline that there's a discussion right now inside the European Union with the member states trying to define what is the approach that the European Union is going to consider dealing with these kinds of agreements. And those cumulative criteria that are right now included in the discussion, I think are really relevant because they show that the approach that the European Commission is offering now. Let's see what the discussion is with the member states and how the different approaches are reflected into the final document. But I think that these cumulative requirements that the Commission is including in the guidelines in order to consider that an agreement can be accepted I mean, going beyond the traditional rules shows that the European Commission is going in a very prudent direction, not following some of the member states, and not, I think, not the majority of the member states, but those countries that want to go with a much broader concept of sustainability and trying to accept behaviors that could go against the traditional rules of competition law just because they protect sustainability. And I think that this approach, this is a personal opinion, not the one of the European, sorry, not the one of the CNMC, because we still didn't discuss about this in the board. But I would say that this prudent approach would be quite reasonable. And then I wanted to show a case. I only have 1 minute, but I wanted to mention a case that we solved in the Spanish Competition Authority that shows a little bit how those criteria of sustainability can be misused by companies. And I wanted to explain, well, to mention, not explain because we don't have time, the case of harbor stevedores in the Spanish ports, because we had a legal system that created a historical privilege for a small group of workers, and those workers tried to convince the administration that their privilege was in favor of general interest. And at the Spanish Competition Authority, we used many different tools. As you can see, we used enforcement because we had a sanctioning case. We had advocacy because we made analysis of the collective bargaining agreement, and also advocacy with the administration because we were making an analysis of how the law was drafted in the Spanish legal system in order to try to show which of the rules that were included in all those behaviors and rules were in fact protecting workers, and which of those rules were just respecting a historical privilege, avoiding different workers to enter in the market. So I think that this is something that could be interesting considering our approach. Then my last slide goes with advocacy of competition and the analysis of regulation based on the principles of necessity, proportionality, and non-discrimination that I think are key. And we have lots of examples of rules that create problems in competition, sometimes based in those sustainability principles, but sometimes not respecting them in fact. And that's everything I wanted to say. I respected my time, so thank you.
Great. So thank you everyone for coming along today, and to everyone who's online. And welcome to the first panel of today. We're going to be discussing the interplay between politics and antitrust. In order to do that, I'm really excited that I'm joined by a very distinguished panel. At the end, we have Filippo Lancieri. So Filippo is a postdoctoral researcher at ETH Zurich. He's also a research fellow at the Stigler Center at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, and an associate editor of the Journal of Competition Law and Economics. Next to him is Jeffrey Mann. Jeff needs no introduction, but he's the president and founder of the ICLE. He's also a distinguished fellow at Northwestern University's Center on Law, Business and Economics, and an expert in the economic analysis of law. Next to him is Francisco Marcos, professor of law at IE Law School. So Paco is an expert in the economic analysis of law, as well as commercial and competition law. And he's worked as an independent consultant for the World Bank, the European Commission and the Asian Development Bank. And then next to me here is Barak Orbach. Barak is the Robert H. Mundheim Professor of Law and Business at the University of Arizona, where he serves as the founding director of the Business Law Program. His areas of expertise are antitrust, corporate governance, regulation, and the digital economy. So we're going to discuss a variety of topics today, and hopefully have some time for some audience interaction at the end. So if I can ask people already to start thinking of some questions, that would be sort of great. But to kick us off, so I'm a private practice lawyer, working on cases like the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and investment in OpenAI. So I guess my personal perspective as a practitioner is that antitrust enforcement has become increasingly politicized. Does the panel share that perspective? Has there been a change? And if so, why? So Filippo, I'm going to ask you to kick us off on that.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Jeff, Lazar, Dirk, everyone from the SCLE, also from Universidad Carlos Madrid for the invitation. It's truly a pleasure to be here. I think that's undeniable, right? It's something that is very hard to everywhere you look. I think that's true. I think the real interesting question is whether this is bad. And I think there the discussion becomes more interesting. So I'll tell you a small anecdote. So when I first started learning antitrust law, and I'm not that old, I'm 34, but bear with me because that's exactly the point. So when I first started learning antitrust law in Brazil, this was around 2006, I had an excellent teacher, actually, that's the reason why I'm here. But it's impressive that we would only really look at Brazilian law and US law. So we looked at the United States, like the United States antitrust regime, as if really Americans had figured it all out. Like we would read like Sylvania and Liggin and Trinco and say like, oh, that's the reference. They really discovered how to do it. And with all respect to Europeans, I'd never even heard about Digicomp, sorry, almost, that was not in the picture. They were like, yeah, there's Europeans, they do something over there, but the Americans really figured it out. And then with time, this was due to an incredible policy stability, right? So if you look at the antitrust from the 90s until 2015, it's amazing how stable the policy was. We had discussions on reverse patent settlements and things like this, but overall, the whole structure was really stable. And reached a point where Judge Posner in a Stigler conference, someone asked me about antitrust, and he said, well, antitrust is actually a dead policy, isn't it? Like there's nothing going on there. Like why are we even talking about it? Where I think this changed is that we started seeing cracks in this technocratic system, first with the 2008 financial crisis, which showed that kind of like this aura of technocratics implementing policy and just leading to the common good show that this not always works. And then afterwards, we started seeing the aftermath of the financial crisis, more and more evidence showing that the policy was simply not delivering as it was supposed to deliver, right? You started seeing that markups are up, concentration is up, the labor share of profits is down, business dynamism is down, productivity is down, average salaries are completely stagnant over 30, 40 years. At the moment that this notion of stability, that antitrust is this technocratic policy that just delivers what it's supposed to deliver, the facade broke or the facade disappear, then what you see is that people with their different priorities and questions of what they think are interesting problems for society, and I think the keynote explained this very well, start introducing the topics that they care about, So, and the topics that they think are important for society as well, saying antitrust should do more for the society that is supposed to serve. And then part of the discussion is interesting that this is a conference on the outer boundaries of antitrust law, because antitrust has always been political, That's the definition. So in a way, the outer boundaries is the past 30 years, but politics and democracy came back, but also sustainability came back because of the environmental crisis that we face. Topics around the industrial policy came back because industrial policy is reviving. And I think that's exactly the topic that we're going to be discussing throughout the day today. But yeah, I think the antitrust is more political, and that's a good thing. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That's how I would answer your question.
Bharat, do you agree with that sort of analysis of where we are, that antitrust has basically failed, and now there is a political debate about where we go from here?
Well, I think that there is a lot of noise. I don't think that overall the direction will change considerably. Much of the noise is based on interesting historical narratives that are closer to the Department of Fiction than history. But overall, if we look at antitrust, it's about competition. We can try to add it to other things, but our knowledge of markets and economics has evolved considerably, even over the past 30 some years. So we have learned a lot. Markets have evolved a lot. We need to evolve. So there shouldn't be any dispute that we live in a new economy. We have to adjust. The notion that we should now, that because we need to adjust, we can now go to ignore expertise and use intuitions and have a public discourse, whether the acquisition of Activision Blizzard should be approved or not. I don't think that the public discourse is a way to analyze mergers. So we see a lot of noise. I think that part of that is because there are a lot of a lot of social grievances that politicians have been exploiting in all countries. But at the end of the day, the public will move on, lose interest in antitrust, and only us geeks will continue to be interested in antitrust 5 years down the road. The history shows us that, every now and then there's some excitement, and then at the end, only us remain interested in that. And this is where the political aspect of antitrust will fade away, and politicians will move to talk about other things, whatever that would be at the moment.
Jeff, do you see political interest fading away in antitrust, leaving us geeks here to debate this?
Well, I don't want to prognosticate too much. I mean, I'm very pessimistic by nature, so I don't see the future looking bright. But my definition of bright is a little bit different than Filippo's. I mean, I guess to your question, I don't know for sure if it's gotten more political, in the sense that antitrust enforcers have always had discretion. There's always been a scarcity of time relative to the number of cases. So they're always, selecting cases on the basis of something. And I think it's literally impossible to somehow force them to do that only on the basis of narrow economic concerns or something like that. There's a reason that enforcement patterns change a little bit in the US anyway, with different administrations. So I think politics is always, and I would say any company that's ever been the subject of a merger investigation is certain that there's a political vendetta against them, and that's the basis for it, right? I mean, so what's different, I think, is sort of the legitimizing of the political discourse, the political decision making, and I don't think there's any reason to be approving of that. I think we have to understand, at the very least, that we have different sorts of political institutions, right? We have more and less democratic institutions. All of our modern democratic governments are mixed governments of various sorts. I don't think anyone ever created, and certainly the rules around enforcement agencies were not built to be responsive to democratic concerns, directly responsive to the people or something like that, right? We have a whole host of institutions that govern these agencies, these institutions. And I think it's really dangerous to, without changing the institutional structure, just come along and say, well, we can go ahead and change the relatively narrow mandate you used to have. Let's just change that to an utterly broad one with essentially no constraints placed on it in an environment in which you already have massive amounts of discretion, limited judicial review, insulation from political effects, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we understand rent seeking, we understand, public choice economics. I mean, I think we should be really wary of that kind of a shift. I'll shut up in a second. I think in particular, I think it's important to not abandon the technocratic nature of these entities. That's how they were conceived. That's how the rules around them have developed. And I mean, I'll be the first to be absolutely critical of every technocratic decision that any government has ever taken, probably. But relative to the alternative in which you have so there's a quote from Rana Foroohar recently in the Financial Times where she talks about the kitchen table economics and how the popularization of antitrust is part of a larger shift. While the economic policy discussions are increasing the purview of lawyers, activists, and ordinary people. These people are less interested in technocratic debates about market mechanisms than in a grassroots discussion about how corporate power has distorted the market in ways that they find absurd. I find it absurd to think that that's the basis on which we should be making antitrust decisions. That's not to say that there isn't, of course, a political overlay, that there isn't a role for the legislature, that there isn't a role in, for individual decision makers who are put in a position where they have discretion. I mean, we're trusting them to make decisions based on whatever they want to make decisions on. But if we say we're going to replace the technocratic nature of this with feelings, I mean, we're just it's a hellish road. And I thought Pilar's talk this morning did a great job of talking about this. And it's not to say that there is no possibility that antitrust enforcement could take account of, for example, sustainability. But there's there's sort of some guardrails you would want to put on that, not least of which is that you would want that to happen in the context in which you're still trying to maximize consumer welfare. And I think that's an inherently sort of economic and technocratic calculation if it's just based on what some people who may have political power or who may just have a soapbox, if it's based on what their preferences are, antitrust is meaningless. So I would worry about the increase in politicization, and I would say I don't know that there's an increase in politicization. I'm sure it's always been there, but there's certainly been a kind of legitimizing of it, and that's very dangerous.
Felipe, I'm just going to let you come back in and comment on whether the recent changes or the progressive view of antitrust is a replacement of economics by feelings.
I don't think, actually, I mean, it's interesting because I don't disagree with most of what Geoff and Barak said. I think that no one is proposing that we should decide mergers by referenda. Like, that's not what is in proposition here. It's not like, oh, do you like or dislike the Microsoft Activision merger? And then you put it to a vote and people say yes or no, and then you do 50.1% we block it. I think what part of the people are saying is that special interests thrive in quiet politics. And the notion that we live, that the consumer welfare standard that prevailed during the 90s and the early 2000s was just the enlightenment that came from technocrats, and they solved all problems in antitrust by establishing this single, extremely objective criteria that is subject to all forms of different influences, including lobbying, by the way. There's good studies showing that even in the height of the consumer welfare standard, companies that lobby more got easier antitrust approval. So just imagining that this is like the acumen of what we reach and that there's no way to adapt it, I think is not real. And I also think that part of the discussion is exactly about changing goals through democratic processes, right? We're talking about changing laws, passing different laws, appointing regulators and politicians who have different enforcement priorities. So in all these aspects, I actually don't disagree with Geoff or Barak at all. I think that's true. But I think that, yeah, I'll close here and I'll let people follow.
Yeah, I guess just to share a story. So you mentioned that we're not deciding mergers through democratic processes. And I'm always a bit wary about sort of equating social media with democracy, but there is a real trend in Europe towards increasing use of social media. So if I give you an example on the Microsoft Activision case, the CMA has gone out to consumers and asked their views, both through Twitter, which is probably a little bit and discredited as a medium of doing that, but and through a sort of an online survey, they got 2,500 responses, of which about 2,000 were in support of the deal. They were promptly ignored by the CMA, so it was quite an interesting sort of process. But this how do regulators deal with social media is a really live issue. But when we come to Europe, Paco, I'm just going to let Paco come in and give a European perspective, and then Jeff, come back to you.
Should I?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Or give any perspective you want.
No, I mean, I was gonna probably follow what you said before, and but me a little bit more poetic. Lazar didn't tell us what kind of ship is that. What?
No, it's a galley.
No, so the point here is that, is it a fishing ship? Is the ship going to discover the America or something?
Probably. You think it's a warship?
No, could it be a wreck ship? A wreck. Yeah, lost.
Oh, sure.
I think, because I think to bring a different perspective, competition authorities, Maria Pilar before said they are prioritizing. I don't know if they are prioritizing. They are fishing whatever they can get. And so what I see now is that they are surviving, not prioritizing. So the idea is some of these new tools may be something that, because can we think that the technocrats are angels, only move themselves by incentives which are pure and or the public interest, that, as Pilar said. You all said that politicians are behind. So I agree that we may have, Pilar said, this is spurious interest behind sustainability, industrial policy, or whatever, but the idea is that the competition agencies themselves have also inside, the bureaucrats want to survive. And so they come up with these new tools. Like, for example, I think the big thing now in Europe is that we have all these foreign direct investment controls, which has become the new tool for controlling. Definitely is a source of income for lawyers and also a source of time for the staff working in the competition authorities. But is that really needed? And so I think one of the points here is if you want to change what competition authorities were supposed to do, you need to change the law. And the problem now here is if you look at the European Commission, they don't have any more cartels, neither the Spanish Competition Authority. So they need to come up with new things to do. But come on, I mean that's not the way you can
more
do,
cartels. They look harder.
You think?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know, but the problem is I don't know. So you need to bring new cases. So they're, a factory to bring cases. And especially, for example, now, when I read that the main tool for competition, killing mergers, or is it killing merger control? So we need to come up with new tools to control more mergers. So we have more filings. We have many filings already, and most of mergers are not blocked. So why do we have that? Because lawyers make a lot of money and economists. Well, probably that's good for all of us. I tell my students, but I don't know if that's good for the public interest. But anyway, probably this is even more pessimistic than you.
It is. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Maria Pilar's not going to be happy with that either.
Jeff, did you want to comment on?
I forgot what I was going to say, but on this point, I do have a comment, if I may, really quickly, which is just that I think. I think there's some real truth to the idea about having to sort of justify your existence, and I don't, that doesn't mean that there isn't also good legitimate separate basis for taking a different approach to competition law. But I do think that the point you raised about sort of counting the number of cases is a real canard. And one of the critiques I have of Filippo's paper with Eric Posner and Luigi Zingales, which is the sort of a lot of the method by which they try to establish that that we have had a sort of a regime of lax enforcement that favors big business over the common man, I guess, is counting cases, and the problem with that, of course, is that it leaves a lot out of the analysis, not least that a small number of cases is just as consistent with a regime that is effectively deterring bad conduct as one that's under enforcing. But at the same time, it also doesn't take account of changes in the law, changes in the nature of remedies, changes in, I mean, some of these are mentioned in your paper, and I don't mean, I mean, I do mean to single you out because you're here, but you know, but it's not just you. And I think that for some reason, I think a lot of I think it's interesting what Paco said, because I do think that it's too easy. It's a good example of why you should be more technocratic. It's too easy to say, well, we aren't bringing enough cases. That's how we know that we're under enforcing our antitrust laws. And unfortunately that resonates with a lot of people who don't know better. And that strikes me as problematic unless you've already decided you simply want more cases for the sake of having more cases. And so providing more mechanisms by which antitrust enforcers can defend bringing more cases doesn't seem necessarily a good thing. So
I just want to make a comment about the word technocracy. So in academia, people like to argue a lot and the stakes are low, so you can waste your entire time in terms of arguing. But the essence of technocracy is that if you actually want to win through the legal system, you have to follow the rules. The legal rules, whatever they might be, the procedures, the substance, etc. If you cannot follow the rules, you are not going to win any case. And if you have an administrative agency that doesn't operate according to rules, it doesn't follow the rule of law. So what people like to condemn as technocracy, it is just the operation of legal institutions. Now, in the public discourse or in the newspapers, people might think that this is really tedious, and they are absolutely right about that. But so long as we use legal institutions, there must be some technocracy. And it is absolutely true that legal rules are never perfect. They can always be improved. But the notion is that we can just get rid of all these things and now kind of dance together and sing the kumbaya and all problems will be resolved. I just don't think that this is operational. Now, historically, what happened with technocracy is that whenever there is a new school of thought, they condemned the prior school of thought as technocrats, some kind of bureaucrats, and said, oh, we have something better. And so they will see one change of technocracy with another change of technocracy, and that's fine. But it should be quite clear, technocracy is important because we are talking about legal institutions.
I think you've taken us on to the next topic, which is a really important one. So, you know, one of the things that I think is now coming out of the debate, the shift from one paradigm to the next, particularly in the US, is this idea that market power itself can lead to political power, and that this sort of build-up of political power through economic power is actually potentially undermining democracy. And that's a big debate, you know, in the US. I think it's one that we're probably less familiar with here in Europe. It seems quite radical, but it is, you know, it is a sort of a big debate. And it really comes back to this idea almost, you know, is big bad? So I guess just, you know, Jeff, you touched on this and you touched on Filippo's paper earlier, but I don't know if you want to try and unpack that a little bit for a European audience.
sure. Well, I will be the one to characterize Filippo's paper instead of Filippo characterizing it. That way I get the well, no, he can respond. That's, you know, he wrote the paper already. So
And it's quite long though, so
it is, yeah. So I think this argument that economic power, I mean, I'm not necessarily putting words into Filippo's mouth, but I think I'll characterize it as economic power leads inexorably to the exercise of political power. And that this is destructive of our democracy, that it's the fault of lax antitrust enforcement that has allowed this, and lax antitrust enforcement is a function of the abuse of the antitrust system by big business that has sort of, you know, co-opted the system to favor itself at the expense of the people. And I think every element of that is wrong. I mean, empirically and even theoretically. And it's not to say that it's not possible, of course. I mean, you know, crony capitalism is a real thing, and it's bad. And of course, companies are, you know, far from from angels, and they'll do whatever they can to try to take advantage of the system. I mean, the sort of the underlying theory in that regard is absolutely correct, but the notion that it somehow is tied to the size of the firms and the amount of concentration in their markets is, I mean, I think it's really far-fetched, and I'm not. I know I have somewhat limited time, and unless Filippo starts to go into the details, I'm not going to go into all the details. But the empirical literature does not support the claim at all. There's almost no relationship between market capitalization and lobbying expenditures, which is one of the mechanisms by which this is supposed to happen. The absolute level of lobbying, at least in the U.S., is extraordinarily low. And I know Luigi acknowledges this in his earlier paper. I don't remember if you guys mentioned this in the current paper. It suggests that the potential benefits from rent seeking are a little bit lower than we might think. This is the Tulloch effect. And one of the things that becomes true, given that, is the notion that, so one of the arguments that explains why only larger firms have this kind of political power and the ability to influence the system in their favor is because they can afford to. Well, it turns out that it's just not that expensive to lobby. I mean, I did a quick look at the sort of lobbying charts a couple of years ago, and I don't remember now exactly, but if you looked at sort of the amounts that companies were spending, or that, let's also point out, the biggest spenders are often not companies, they're associations. The American Medical Association, for example, is always one of the biggest lobbyists in the US. I suspect their interests are diametrically opposed with many of the big companies that are also lobbying. But in any case, the amount that's spent just on lobbying is something that if you took if you sort of assume a rate of return and amount of profits for firms, something like the top, I think it was, I calculated like the top 7,000 public firms. No, that's not right. It was lower than that. It was like the top 1,000 firms could easily afford this, just as a simple basic cost of doing business. I think I assumed that they would want to that they wouldn't spend more than 10% of their profits on this, and that if you limit it to that, many firms can lobby the government. It's not really limited to just the biggest firms. And then, of course, there's the question whether it has any effect at all, and this goes to the Tulloch effect point. It's the only thing we can measure is how much firms are spending on lobbying. So first of all, it turns out there is not a correlation between the size of the firm and the amount they're spending on lobbying, and you can see it in the charts. It's I mean, the R squared is, if you're on Twitter, on Econ Antitrust Twitter, R squared is a good joke, but I mean, it's basically zero. But you also have no idea what the effectiveness is. Just because a company spends a lot of money on lobbying doesn't mean that they're actually being effective with it. And I don't think there's anyone that has been able to actually measure the sort of effectiveness. I don't know of any papers that have actually tried to measure this effectiveness question. But you can imagine a lot of things other than the size of your firm that would actually determine how effective you are at lobbying. And we all know examples of very small firms that have been very successful in affecting enormous redistributions of wealth to themselves by the government, and it's not a function of their size. As a theoretical matter, also, it's not clear why we should think that large firms and concentrated industries are more likely to be lobbying the government and influencing the government. I mean, there is this like superficial logic to it. That you're big, so the government knows you're there. You have, you're sort of a presence, and they're interacting with you, and but the reality is that on the one hand, while you might think that these large firms have more money and more ability to lobby, they also may have much less interest in lobbying, because the main reason for lobbying the government, typically for firms that are sort of trying to capture the government for their benefit, is to harm their competitors and protect themselves against competition. Well, if you don't have very much competition, you don't have to do very much of that. If you are already dominating your market, and let's say it is in fact a monopolized market, and you're able to charge super competitive profits, what's the point of lobbying government to try to do what? To make sure that you can charge slightly higher super competitive profits? I mean, it's, the point is that at the margin, there's a smaller incentive actually to lobby. Now, the sort of exception to this, and there's a little bit of weak empirical evidence on this, is when you become larger and you're worried about government enforcement, and you're trying to lobby against, and this is a large part of the argument in Filippo's paper, is that the notion, the Chicago school that has sort of said we should be careful, be cautious about how much we intervene in these markets, is really just a big business sort of, masquerading, trying to protect itself against government and antitrust enforcement. I've talked for a long time, so I won't keep going on this, but this also doesn't hold water at all. The notion that this is a sort of businesses acting as crony capitalists and sort of co-opting an entire theory, it has also no empirical or theoretical basis, which I can talk about later, but I'm sorry, I rambled. So,
Filippo, is there any empirical evidence in your paper?
I mean, I don't want to discuss my paper in particular because it's focused on the US, but we're here to, it's supposed to be entertaining. So I'll say that I fundamentally disagree with what Geoff just said. And I think that the notion that market power leads to political power is self-evident in a way. Like the notion that the term banana republic was coined because banana companies controlled Costa Rica and Honduras back then, and they had incredible political power through the extraction of economic power. Plutocracy and crony capitalism, like we're fighting a war in Ukraine now because there's a country that's controlled by economic elites who also, guess what, control the political system as well. And this is the foundation of antitrust enforcement. Like the European system of antitrust enforcement is based on the ordoliberal tradition and the Freiburg School in Germany. That literally comes out of a diagnosis that the creation of cartels and of market power in Germany facilitated the rise of Hitler. Here, there's an excellent paper by Daniel Crane and Alexandre Ruiz-Fizes, who looks at Franco in Spain and finds like similar dynamics as well. I come from Brazil. In Brazil, the entire car wash operation, which is one of the largest antitrust investigations and anti-corruption investigations in the world, rises from the concentration in the meatpacking and civil construction industry. And that basically companies realized that as the market got more concentrated, they could organize cartels. And then once they organized the cartel, they could then lobby the government. They use the government to get better grants and contracts and other forms of subsidies. So I think, in a way, what Geoff is describing is just something that I think is potentially, I think is actually true, is that lobbying data is a terrible proxy for political power. Like what you do is that you lobby at some level, the lobbying grants you access. There's this excellent declaration by Brad Smith from Microsoft where he basically says it's like, you just need to lobby enough that you're in the room. But the sources of political power go much further than only money. Money is one of the sources. One of the things that we document, for example, in our paper, is that starting in the 1980s, 66% of FTC and DOJ commissioners, as soon as they retire, they go work for the Defense Bar Association of Antitrust. 66, and that's not counting the people who are professors, but then they also consult for the Defense Bar. So the notion that somehow kind of money is not aligned with antitrust enforcement, I think that this is just a failure of the lobbying data. But even within the lobbying data, if you look at like area like Pratt and Valetti have a new paper with Bocal-Gil, what they look is that they look at every single merger in the US in the 1990s and political contributions. And what they find is that mergers, this is causally identified, so it's data that Geoff would like. Mergers, after the merger, companies increased their lobbying expenditures by 21%. So that's their finding. You have a new paper that's very interesting on trade policy, and you see that like once you have a trade shock that happened in the US with the entry of China, as companies felt more threatened by competition, what did they do? They increased their lobbying. Where did they increase their lobbying? They increased their lobbying in antitrust enforcement as well. They want to weaken antitrust enforcement. So I think that, again, the notion that market power is somehow connected to political power is self-evident and is well established in any area of political sciences and other areas. I think where we do have a question, and I think it's a fair question, and I think Geoff and I would agree, is that we don't know yet at what level this becomes a problem. And this is something that's relevant because exactly, I don't disagree with any of you, like antitrust is at some level a technocratic enforcement, and it should be. Like it's a complex policy with complex trade-offs. We don't want to have referenda on mergers. And so we need to have more data to understand exactly at what level, specific levels, is it something that wants to have, like, I don't know, is it something connected only to size? So Nolan McCarthy has a very good paper looking at lobby data and concentration, and they don't find a clear relationship between market concentration measured at the NCAES 4 level and political expenditures. They do find a correlation, very high correlation between the size of the company and their lobby expenditures itself. So you look at like the Fortune 500. So we don't know exactly if it's more connected to size than is connected to market power itself. And this has implications for antitrust enforcement because you could think of a policy that says, oh, if it is really connected to market power, then you should really incorporate this analysis in every single merger. If it's something that's more connected to size, and maybe what you need to have is something that's more connected to like the top 100 firms have more restrictions or things like that. But I think we'll get to that. But again, I think the notion that political power and market power are somehow connected is really pretty self-evident when you look around the world, you know.
Barack, I want to bring you in here. I mean, is big is bad, or are big companies actually trying to comply?
So I think that the argument is a little bit soft, to be honest, because one thing that we tend to underestimate is the relationship between capitalism and democracy. They do not exist. They are always interdependent. They do not exist independently in nature. So if you have good, healthy capitalism, you will be in a democratic regime. And if you have democracy that is stable and healthy, it will be in a capitalistic market. Now, it is true that there was a period in which the United States was very imperialistic in terms of trying to export democracy and capitalism to countries that were neither capitalistic or no democratic. It had some benefits, but overall, it was not a replication of the United States. Having said that, because of that part, and because of actually large corporations in the US do understand that, we would not have had civil rights in the United States without lobbying of big corporations. The civil rights today in the United States, not today, in this century, have been literally funded by big companies. And the reason we see a breakup between the Republican Party and big corporate in the United States is because the present politics of the Republican Party is not consistent with what corporate America think that should be civil rights. So I think that it's really easy. Of course, when you have more money, you could accomplish more. But when we look at how companies actually use it, and if you interact a lot with corporate directors, the number one, what people call sustainability in this conference, what the way corporate directors think about it is disruptive risk. For businesses, certainty is important. And sustainability is one aspect, but another aspect is the stability of the political regime, what kind of social discontent we have or do not have. And for businesses, what actual directors talk about when they think about ESG, they think about, well, where are we going to be 20 years from down the road? And this is what they try to accomplish. So if someone is really serious about the harm of corporate lobbying, that person should think really hard about civil rights and democracy. We will not have that without corporate policies of the 20th century. It's very different from the 20th century. And I think it's when I look at company, I say, well, you could see this is a 20th century company or this is a 21st century company. But overall, when we look at the lobbying, right now, our democracy and civil rights heavily depend on massive spending of corporations. Whether we like it or dislike it, we do not have an alternative at this point.
I think there also, it should be noted that just, I don't know if any of the, I can't remember if the Valetti study tries to disambiguate sort of the level of spending in general, or if there's any way to actually determine whether it's focus on antitrust.
I mean, it's an intra-company study, right?
What?
It's a within company treatment study. So they're basically looking at what companies do before and after mergers, like events.
Well, right, but they aren't looking at what the money is being spent on. They're just looking at an overall spend, right? My point is just to say, I mean, there are lots of reasons, sort of similar to what Barack was saying. We have a massive, complicated regulatory state in the U.S. The size of the federal regulations increases by, I don't know by what number every year, and that doesn't, personally, I'm not thrilled with that, but regardless, it's just sort of a fact that it's more and more complicated to comply with the law. If you're a company that's just merged, for example, and you now all of a sudden are doing business in 4 states instead of 1, of course you'd expect their lobbying expenditures to increase. They're now subject to a whole new sets of regulations. So this is why I asked in the study whether.
But this is different, right? What they're showing is like you have 2 companies, they lob A, together they lob 2. So they have the same operations. Once they merge, the size of the operation is the same. Now they lob 2.2. So, and then again, there's one thing. Second thing, then you're agreeing with me that as companies get bigger, they touch more markets, then they lobby more. So basically, there is a connection between growth, size, market power, and lobbying.
Barack is right that you can't assume that that's a bad thing. I guess that was sort of my point.
Can I ask something as a humble European? No, because, you know, I don't know anything about this. I'm not a digital guy, but if companies lobby, why are you all assuming that they lobby in the same direction? Like Qualcomm probably is having a different lobbying strategy than Apple. And so that will, in a way, counteract, right? No?
No, that's true, but that's exactly why we like market competition, right? So the whole, I totally agree with Barak that capitalism and democracy are intertwined. The problem is that as markets get more concentrated and you have less competitors, then you don't have people lobbying two directions. You have people lobbying one direction. And that's exactly the foundation of the problem. If antitrust fails and markets become incredibly concentrated, then you don't have countervailing lobby. I'm a big fan of companies fighting each other, but if there's only one company in the market, then it's not going to lobby against itself.
There's always a countervailing. Oh, you're right. If there's only one, I mean, to your point about fascism, and if there's only one firm, that might be true. That just doesn't happen to describe virtually any market that we're concerned with in the world today. Like the digital markets, none of these markets have just one player. And I certainly think that for example, just out of the blue, Epic Games, for example, is a smaller company than Microsoft, Google, and Apple, and yet I would submit that its lobbying has been far more effective than those companies. Now I don't know that to be true. I shouldn't say that. It's certainly been effective, and I doubt that you would ever find a situation where you have a dominant company that isn't met with counter lobbying, at the very least from labor unions and other sorts of associations of people who are inevitably in a complementary or competitive relationship with those companies.
Labor unions are disappearing in the US. I just want to mention.
No, I know.
That's another of the problem. I agree with you. I would love if there are a lot of labor unions to counter value firms. Guess what? Another of the data that's going down. Labor unions are going down. So the direction is pretty bad.
So Filippo, what do you think about sort of lobbying by customers or suppliers? Do you think that doesn't have the same effect?
I mean, it could have. So we have when we prepared this report at the Stigler Center, which was looking at digital markets, and it's interesting because most people know the antitrust report. Very fewer people know that there is also a report on political dynamics. And the idea was exactly to understand what are the sources of political power, right? And basically what we argued there is that you can imagine 5 key sources of political power as sources of company power. So one of them is just money and monetary, like there's a fixed cost to lobbying, revolving doors, etc. Another of them is complexity. So the more complex the firm becomes, the more the information asymmetries between society and the firms, the more likely the firm can influence regulation. And there's a third one, which is just media power. Like if you're the New York Times or if you're TV, you have political power because people are looking at you. And in a way, a lot of digital companies have those as well. Then one of them, which is particularly interesting, is membership, which is ultimately, think of like the, I don't know, association of retired professionals in the US or any kind of union, basically. Basically, what you have is that you have votes and you have organization. So this is a very powerful source of political power. The problem with consumer associations and suppliers is that they're really, really dispersed. And so they have a major collective action problem to organize. And so this is one of the countervailing issues. The second problem is that as markets get more concentrated, companies become more afraid of suing or of lobbying against, like we've seen this with Amazon, and you see this even with like Apple and Epic, that people go there and say, I'm here speaking out. And then the first thing that Apple does is shut down the company and they have to ask for an injunction to be able to continue to exist. So and this is like, they are a multi-billion-dollar firm, imagine how many of the small Apple developers. And we actually had this with, there was a very good CMA, I think there was a very good survey here in Europe where people were looking at digital companies and they asked whether they would be willing to sue or they would be willing to complain. And people said, no, I'm afraid because I'm actually too dependent on Google, like if somehow they kick me out, then I cannot do anything. So I completely agree with you. I think that there are other sources of political power, not only money, and that's exactly why lobbying data is such bad data, right? But the problem is that, again, as markets get more and more and more concentrated, all of these other countervailing forces weaken. And so, again, we don't know exactly at what point this becomes incredibly problematic. I think that like Nazi Germany, where you had cartels for every industry, is definitely the outlier. But it doesn't mean that the whole process of consolidation that's taking place throughout the economy, I mean, in the US, certainly, we're just talking today, it's also increasing in Europe, in other places as well, weakens the countervailing forces. And that's exactly when the link between democracy and capitalism starts to break down.
Let me adjust one point that it's unfair in terms of the balance of power on this table, that you're a little bit relatively only attacked. So it's unfair, and we should recognize that. Okay.
I'm
Now, I
happy
think that
to
it's
happy to
really-
be the spare.
It's really. I think we should really be cautious with the historical comparisons, because the situation in Germany was really complex, and I don't think that it would be correct to describe Germany of the 1930s as democracy. That's number one. At the same time, in the United States in the 1930s, the federal government actually orchestrated collusions. So, and it's not only the New Deal, but rather from 1914 to the collapse of the New Deal in 1935, the federal government, through Democratic and Republican administration, believed in a vision that was called the associative states, where the cure to illnesses of industrialism would be small civil societies, which in modern language we call them cartels. So it was actually very global. In Germany, it took one form. In the United States, it took a different form. But it wasn't healthy. Nobody suggests that. So in terms of historical parallels, I think we should be really, really cautious. Undoubtedly, the German international cartels were act of genius in terms of war. I mean, they basically were able to shut down the aluminum and steel production in the United States in terms of capacity. They were very strategic about it. I wouldn't extrapolate from that to the situation in the United States right now. So again, I want to say, at the abstract level, of course, if you have more money, you can lobby more and you can do more things. However, it would also be a mistake to think that if you can have unlimited money, you could make Congress functional. Because if you are in the United States and you want to secure yourself laws, you ask yourself, whom should I lobby? Because this kind of government is so dysfunctional. I just identify for me to whom I can buy so that that party would pass laws. It's just impossible these days. So I think that, there's a lot to say about that. Of course, the picture is complicated and we should recognize that it is nuanced, but right now, again, as I said, in the entire world, we do have concern about democracy. We do have concern about civil rights. And you want to ask yourself, who is protecting them right now? Is that kind of unions? This is kind of people who have a lot to say on Twitter, or these are kind of companies that have a lot of money to invest in strategic litigation or strategic lobbying, et cetera, et cetera. In the United States, the same-sex marriage was funded by basically strategic litigation of corporate America. So again, it's complicated, but we should not bundle it in one box or multiple. It is in many boxes, and they're messy.
I think if I can add, it's really important to also consider the other side. I don't know which is the demand and which is the supply side, but the supply side of regulation, and it goes to the point about the sort of the historical point. In the 30s, the progressive movement, argues very left-wing historian Gabriel Coco, was actually intervened in very competitive markets in the name of protecting people from big business. Big business, of course, immediately left on that opportunity to try to use those laws to protect themselves from competition. But the main legacy of that, Coco argues, is the creation of this web of interrelated contacts and the dependency of business on government and government on business. And I think for purposes of this conference, if you think, even if there is you think there's a problem of business having too much influence over politics, I hardly think it's going to be helped by explicitly making politics a bigger part of decision making in antitrust. I think I'm sure we'll talk in the sustainability panel, for example, about the prospect of providing some kinds of protections for cartels that may be, effectively the most effective way of reducing exploitation of common pool resources. Well, if you live in which may be totally fine, but if you live in a world in which you're sort of handing out exceptions to antitrust laws on the basis of sort of non-economic concerns, it's just it's absolutely an invitation for business to come in and try to get themselves exceptions from the antitrust laws. And I guarantee that it seems like the obvious consequence of that would be more concentration rather than any kind of a reduction in concentration. So anyway, I mean, and I know that's sort of pulling together two disparate threads here, but I do think they're related in a really important way.
And Jeff, I think you're raising a really important question, which is, if we think about this sort of interplay between capitalism and democracy, which I think we all accept there is that interplay, do we think we have the tools? Does antitrust have the tools now to preserve a healthy economy and a healthy political debate? Should we be giving antitrust agencies more power or not? Practically, what does this mean for the enforcement sort of, regime going forward? And Barack, I don't know if you've got thoughts on that.
Some, not too much, but I would say that one aspect of that is that certain markets perhaps are more important for democracy in terms of competition. So, for example, in media, we might be more cautious about how media market, how news market and information market are organized. And in many countries, what we see is that we have content ecosystems that can emerge in specific niches. So that's example. So it's a niche that is protected from competition from the big ecosystems. And this kind of small content ecosystem could create a huge distortion in public opinion. So that's actually where antitrust could be quite effective. In other things about whether antitrust should be is a tool to protect democracy. I think that if you protect competition, you protect democracy. It's so long as we have vibrant markets, that's what's needed for democracy. Now, easy to say, we all know, those of us who have been there long enough, it's really difficult. And there are many strong debates about what is vibrant competition and what is true, what people thought about in the 1990s, that unless it's merger from 4 to 3 or 3 to 2, it's not competitive. Well, we don't think this way. So we have evolved, or most of us don't think this way. So we have evolved, but I think that again, if we protect antitrust protection, good, healthy antitrust enforcement is good for democracy. Where mistakes made in the past, constantly, hopefully we're moving forward and become better. But other than that, I would not start having additional factors on top of competition itself.
Deepo, if you want to come in, do we have the tools? Do we just need to use them, or do we need new tools?
Well, I think we have some tools and we need new tools. Like I totally agree with Geoff said and with Barack said as well that introducing politics leads to more demand and more supply, right? So that's the lesson of the car wash investigation in Brazil. It's like the government realized like, oh, it's really good if we actually give these companies a lot of money, we can actually extract bribes and support the government. And it became a vicious cycle that was basically, that's why it's an anti-corruption and an anti-cartel investigation, right? There's a clear connection between both. I do think that we have to separate two different processes. One is, what would this mean in practice in terms, for example, of merger regimes, for example? And what I think is the key question here is that we are used, and I think that's exactly what the push for this panel is and how the push for other areas are. We are used to thinking as antitrust, as a unitary policy that has one single and explicit goal, which is to improve, to lead to, let's say, increase business efficiency. And everything we look at antitrust is just about business efficiency or like allocative efficiency or whatever. What is really interesting about this notion is that this notion comes from a 1968 paper by Oliver Williamson, where he basically makes the trade-off that everybody sees between that welfare, consumer welfare and then weight laws and etc. And then Williamson says, oh, we should be looking at business efficiency. But then he has this is a small part of the paper. He has a much longer part of this paper. Eric Paz has a great new analysis on this, where basically where Williamson says, like, guess what? If you only look about efficiency as the driver of entire antitrust policies, this is going to lead to a lot of problems. One of them is that firms are going to start acquiring political power. If you have perfect extraction of rents from society, consumers might get really pissed and they might push against antitrust policy. And so I think that we don't have a good notion yet of until what point efficiency alone should drive antitrust, and at what point do we need broader trade-offs. And then these may come in what Barack was saying, that maybe what you need, I think, a clear lesson that comes out of this, that we have to tighten merger review from where it is now. No, I think that this is It's not a consensus, but it's a very low, let's say a near consensus. The merger regime over the past 34 years has been incredibly lax, and we need to tighten it up, and this will be aligned. So in some areas, you can just enforce more antitrust, and this is going to have positive spillovers in other areas like politics, like competition. And in some areas, maybe in key industries like media industries, where we really recognize that these are key industries for democracy, then we might need to have explicit tests, which are like, we want to have at least 4 players. And if we have less than 4 players, maybe we're going to pay higher prices, but we are trading off other goods. And then here I agree that who should make these determinations are politicians. They're not primarily the goal of antitrust authorities. The problem is that many times in the past, we have made these determinations and then antitrust steamroll them. Like a good example is the Robinson-Patman Act in the US. Everybody hates the Robinson-Patman Act. I don't particularly like the Robinson-Patman either. The Robinson-Patman Act was passed for one goal only, to redistribute earnings from large stores to smaller companies. So they say basically have to offer the same price. This is huge efficiency losses. Of course it does. We lose economies of scale, but it has a clear goal, which is a redistributive goal to say, okay, we want to have smaller firms to compete in the same hand. Then what comes, the antitrust efficiency only mantra stops enforcing the Robinson-Patman Act, and it's still in the books. The books are there. Like they tried to repeal the law 5 times. They failed all 5 times, which shows there's clear political will, and then no one enforces it. So then we say, okay, we don't want efficiency. It's not the role of antitrust authorities to determine politics. But then many times politics comes in, gives a clear direction, and then we just don't follow it because we say, no, guess what? It's against efficiency. So I think we need to acknowledge as an antitrust community that efficiency is the key driver. We all want bigger economic growth. We all want a bigger pie. But at some level, we're going to have to give up efficiency for other values. And this exactly one of them is political power. Another one might be sustainability as well. And this is okay. Like we will survive if we don't have efficiency as the only so narrow driver of antitrust policy for every single area of the economy. It's going to be okay.
Just a quick comment about the drivers of antitrust. So actually, I have written way too much about consumer welfare and the history of the standard, way too much. And this is, the phrase is used in the United States in a particular way that is not applied in the same way in other countries. And it is true that it came in the 1960s, consumer welfare meant allocative efficiencies. As it has been practiced in the United States for more than 20 years, consumer welfare means low prices and other aspects that can be quantified. And the only reason is because we can actually analyze it as opposed to speculate about it. It's not about efficiency. It is true that in many mergers, efficiencies as defense was excessively promoted, but as it is actually practiced in the United States is where can we find harm? Can we actually identify the harm? Now, with respect to Robinson-Patman Act, actually to the progressive nature of antitrust today, which is by highly privileged individuals who came from wealthy family, who are highly educated, the notion that we can sacrifice low prices and convenience in sake of other things in a period of inflation, this is inspiring. It will not win any election. And in my little mind, I really don't like people lecture me that high prices are better because there are other things. Actually, people who have real jobs and are struggling financially, they want low prices. Now, there are many reasons to put constraints on efficiencies and other things. For me, democracy is number one. There are many other things for which we have regulatory system. But the general abstract thing, we should sacrifice efficiencies. What it actually means in antitrust, it's okay to have higher prices. It's okay to have less convenience because we have other goals. If you really care about democracies, ask those people who actually struggle to pay bills, whether they are willing to pay high prices. And the outcome will always be that these claims will lose election. They have always lost, and they will continue losing election.
I think it's also impossible to square the notion that we have inexorable influence of business on government that's corrupting the process. And to assert that the failure to repeal Robinson-Patman is a function of democratic legitimacy or something. I guarantee you that there are very powerful interests who are interested in Robinson-Patman not being repealed, and it would be a mistake to suggest that somehow the failure to do so reflects democratic will and big business is just interceding and harming everyone because frankly, if you could really frame the question correctly and ask people generally if you'd rather pay lower prices or you'd rather have small pharmacies be protected against Walgreens, I'm pretty sure that the vast majority of them would say, yeah, lower prices sounds better than having a pharmacy on the corner in addition to Walgreens, and the law would be repealed in a heartbeat. But there are interests that are not necessarily the largest companies in the world and in the most concentrated markets that have a very strong interest in ensuring that Robinson patent continues to exist. Actually, the biggest one is plaintiffs' lawyers, but there are others too.
I don't know if you want to respond to that before we move on to the next topic.
Sorry, me? Yeah, I mean, again, I don't disagree, but I think that sometimes there is a.
Well, you do disagree. Can I just say that?
In some parts I disagree, in some parts I don't. I just feel that, like, of course people want to pay lower prices, but antitrust is politically popular. It's like the Biden administration is running on an antitrust platform saying we need to increase antitrust enforcement, and they're doing well. So the notion that, like, somehow if you're going to ask everyone, is like, I don't know if maybe they like the next door pharmacy. And then that's why, I mean, one of the things that I think comes out of my paper that this, I think, is really well documented is guess what? Antitrust, every time people are asked about antitrust, they want more enforcement. So who are we to impose on them and say, you want more enforcement, but guess what? What you really want is really low prices and we have to enforce less. It seems like you're accusing me of being paternalistic. It seems very paternalistic from your side.
But I think it's a really good example of the countervailing forces besides, sort of big business that are out there. The notion that, I mean, if people really think that antitrust enforcement is going to benefit them, it's because they've been convinced or they've been told that it's going to, for example, on the right, it's going to take down those evil left-wing technology companies that they hate. And on the left, well, actually, it's probably the same bogeyman that they don't like. But I don't think that it's exactly why you want a technocratic regime here, and you want a system of enforcement that you've said you agree with this, but we're not doing antitrust enforcement by referendum. But it also means that it's just not very compelling to me to say that the Biden administration is running on this platform. I mean, the reasons they could be doing that are manifold, and they are not necessarily because they have tapped into the actual will of the people and they somehow know what's going to be best for them. And it's not just a matter, and to the point in that you and others have made, that somehow the sort of Chicago approach to antitrust is just a sort of defense of big business masquerading as a sound theoretical approach is it's bullshit. I mean, there is actually a very sound theoretical approach, and if it happens that big business is at times aligned with that approach relative to the other, it doesn't mean that the other approach was better or that in this case big business is inherently wrong. I mean, just because something was one way doesn't mean that it should be that way. It is arguably the case that we should have less enforcement. All of the things that people hate about the consequence of Chicago antitrust. No one has established that things were somehow better before, especially in I mean, when you just look at the state of economics of the economy, things were better before, and that somehow they're so much worse now. I mean, it's just not correct.
What is the new Chicago, right?
Yeah, the new Chicago is different. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm so happy to disagree with Jeff. So I think that Chicago, I never thought that Chicago was particularly sophisticated. I thought it was excessive.
Crazy.
No, that's what said. Okay, but it is. I thought it is simplistic, but these are fair disagreements. Okay, this is really fair disagreement.
Simplistic?
Oh, okay, let's put it.
The caricature of it is
simplistic. Side note.
Tell that to
that's the real point I wanted to make is actually the bipartisan coalition, which actually I have studied. In the United States, the promotion of the new antitrust ideas we have bipartisan coalition. So the drivers of these bipartisan coalition initiatives are progressives. It would be incorrect to associate Biden with any of that. Those of you who do not know, Biden has been around for quite some time. He has never been known for his interest or passion for antitrust. Try to find something he said about antitrust. He has his political calculus. Now, the coalitions themselves, the Republicans that align with the progressive on that are literally anti-democratic forces. These are those who actually support the January 6th insurrection. If you align yourself, from my perspective as a person who really care about democracy, if you think that aligning yourself with anti-democratic politicians in the sake of democracy, in the sake of whatever idea you have makes sense, I think that you take a huge risk, because perhaps they understand that your bill can be used in a different way that you think about it. And this is one of the key concerns. Why do you align with anti-democratic forces if you really care about democracy? But so
I were wearing my Josh Hawley sucks t-shirt. I could
But just a final comment. It's just that this conversation is very West focused, but we are in Europe. We are increasing antitrust enforcement here. We are passing laws to like the DMA. We are passing laws in Germany and other countries. We are increasing the budgets of regulators. We're hiring people. And this is not by the ultra-right anti-democratic system. I agree with you again. I think we agree in a lot of areas here. It's like, I don't like to have January 6 supporters supporting the antitrust bill. But
diversity here. So first of all, I'm going to give Paco the last word, because one point I do want to sort of say, and then I'm going to open up to the audience. So Paco, one thing I just do want to sort of emphasize is obviously we're talking a lot about giving more power to antitrust enforcement agencies or to the state. How do we think about that? Do we not have to then sort of, ensure that that antitrust agencies, that's the state itself, that they're subject to some sort of, oversight?
I think it's good to have Commissioner Canedo here. That's one of the topics I think she touched upon on her presentation. But for me, it's simple. Competition authorities regarding the state and in places like Spain, where we have so many distortions of competition that comes from the regions, the municipalities, or the state itself, thinks of everything like the hammer looks to a nail. So problem, you have the Bank of Spain gets together and pushes banks to agree and put a limit in the interest rates of deposits. What should we do? Should antitrust play a role there? In my opinion, no. Probably Commissioner Canedo disagrees, and she will file a dissenting opinion. She has filed so many. Does that mean that what the Bank of Spain is doing is right? No, obviously no. It may be even corruption, or I don't know, there may be other tools that can tackle these kinds of distortions of competition. In the US, they have a long tradition of fighting against these things through other tools, or the state action doctrine and things like that. But I think the problem here is that, and especially, you have a problem there. Like if you find the Bank of Spain, who's going to pay the fine? All of us. And who's going to find? A politician is going to find another politician, because some of these technocrats are only politicians. So, and we have had a few examples of cartels in which the public administration was involved. Part of the, they thought they were doing something else there. What do you do? Obviously, we have to do something, but I think the tool is not competition law. I think it has to do criminal law, or corruption, or anything like that. But anyway, and so, but that's only my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What do you think about that? You agree, yeah? That's good.
All right. On that note of agreement, I'm going to throw it open to the floor. I think we had a question there. Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments or thoughts from the audience? Thibaut.
A question for all of the panelists. I think there's a distinction to be. Thank you. There is a distinction, to be made, I think, between the fact that antitrust is by nature politics, and the fact that you may use antitrust for the purpose of being elected, right? So there's a Latin word for that anyway. And Lina Khan actually, in one of the footnotes of her famous paper, actually makes the point that antitrust should be used for the purpose of seeking elections and, important positions. So now my question is, what do you think on the panel? Would you agree that it's okay to use antitrust for the purpose of seeking elections and, nice government positions, or would you oppose that?
So it is interesting, the reference to Lina Khan. So when I look at the visible individuals in the United States today, such as Lina Khan, I frankly don't know whether they believe what they say or not, because politically it's just very shrewd. And Kanter would be a good example that until the wind changed direction, he felt very comfortable to be a fancy defense attorney. So is it legitimate? Not in my mind. I really prefer technocrats who want to distinguish themselves by being professionals and being admired within their professional circles, but then individuals who are appointed as political appointees and their entire aspirations are political and their expertise is political. I just don't trust these individuals, regardless of their political affiliation, right, left, middle, anything. I like technocrats who really want to be respected by other technocrats and will be evaluated as technocrats.
I certainly wouldn't prohibit it in the sense, at least in the US, where it would be a stark violation of the First Amendment to do so. But I don't think it's, I wish that it weren't happening, I suppose, because I do think that it does introduce this further sort of web of connectedness between government and business, in particular in an area of regulation that is really, it's not filtered through some other objective like the EPA is or the FCC is or something. I mean, it is just sort of like a pure, economic consideration, and the more it becomes politicized, the more it will be politicized, the less democratic it will look. So, I mean, there's a great point about, Lina Khan. I mean, you sort of look at the way she's seems to be sort of running the agency. I think it's very consistent with what she has said in papers and other places. I don't think it has the same sort of regard for the agency as an institution. And I think that's probably bad for antitrust. I mean, even as someone who generally wants less enforcement, I'd actually like to have an effective and sort of robust FTC. And I'm not sure that that's what you'll get when you have when you sort of turn it into a platform for electioneering. And that's unfortunate for people who do care about antitrust, I think.
Filippo, I don't know if you want to come in. I mean, what do we think, maybe not about using the word antitrust, but what about the language of something like fairness? I mean, we have,
I think
VP Vestager does that a lot. She tries to communicate, concepts of fairness. Is that something that's more legitimate?
I think it's a great question. I think we have to separate two processes, So there's retail antitrust policy. There's like, should this merger be decided in this way or another? This, I totally agree. Antitrust is better off as a technocratic system where you evaluate the evidence, you look at cases, you look at what is going to be the impact on the market and all of these. And it should continue to be. This was a conquest. Some policies are better off, like monetary policy. They want to have referenda on mergers the same way they want to have referenda on interest rates. And you don't want to have, I don't even think that you want to have election for antitrust officials like have for state attorney generals, for example. I think this would be a bad decision. You do have, antitrust is fundamentally a complex policy that involves complex trade-offs, and you have a risk of more populism just going after large companies, and this would be bad. I think so the retail question is, should antitrust be litigated on whether we're going to approve or disapprove the Siemens-Alstom merger? I would say, no, this would be really bad for antitrust. At the same time, if you see antitrust, the exact definition or the scope of antitrust policy as a fundamental trade-off between efficiency and distribution, right? So how much you want to grow the pie versus how much you want to reallocate the pie. And this is the way that you give your technocratic enforcers directions to say like, oh, we think that you have under-enforced on merger, you have to be much more strict now because, I don't know, the labor share of profits is going down, you want to have workers receiving more profits, then antitrust should be, I mean, I hope it is something that politicians run on, because that's what we want them to do. We want them to ask people through elections, like, do you want, in a way, a bit more growth, a bit more distribution, things like this. And antitrust policy is part of this trade-off. It is tax policy is part of this trade-off. Trade policy is part of this trade-off. And so yeah, in this sense of like the broader definition of the scope, I think that we've seen this. Like, you look at the US history, it was for a very long time. And now it's coming back. And I think that's a good thing.
But don't we have the constraint of courts? And because you talk about Lina Khan as if she was winning any case in courts, she's losing all of them. So what's the point?
Yeah, no, but I think this goes to Filippo's point, and here I'll agree with Filippo. That the sort of the danger that I'm describing, that I'm attributing to Gabriel Kolko, but I think Tocqueville probably said it first, or at least prior to him, and I know Bob Higgs has said this. I mean, it's this relationship between business and government that is problematic, and I don't mean that at the retail level. I don't mean that Lina Khan is winning cases and bringing bad cases and winning the bad cases. It's more of opening the door to, it's the rhetoric, it's the way that she approaches the agency as a sort of political tool, more so than a technocratic one. Which isn't to say that, I mean, we should be careful. I mean, just sort of, if not by law, by custom at the agency, she's doing on a daily basis tons of stuff that's purely technocratic. It's not, but she's still creating an environment that I think is sort of poisonous, but it's not because of the sort of specific cases.
All right, we have another question over here.
Hi, yeah, just I'm curious because now we're talking a lot about politics related to the economy, and I think, as you say, that's pretty clear that relationship's there. I mean, but it's a general issue in society, isn't it? I mean, we talk about Citizens United in the United States. We talk about this general. So my worry is that you could think about it as an antitrust issue, but can you really make a dent in it, even if you really went after it with antitrust? What would this? It sounds good to say that we should make it antitrust, and we almost feel good that when we say it. But what really would occur? What does this world look like in the future, where people really think that antitrust is going to solve this issue? What would that look like? I just don't see how that's going to work. Filippo.
No, I
make it work.
Yeah, no, I think that we know in part how to make it work. We know in other parts we don't know how to make it. Like, we are hosting the Stigler Center, which I'm affiliated. We are hosting a conference in 3 weeks where the main topic is exactly how can we think about alternative antitrust standards that are enforceable and administrable? Because you don't want to have open, like, you don't want to give even technocratic enforcers full power to decide whatever they want, because there's an incredibly high risk of capture, of misappliance, of anything. This will be, I think, in many ways anti-democratic. So I don't think we have right now a solution that says, like, what we should do is we should have this standard and this is the area. And this goes back to my comment that we still don't know very well at exactly what level does market concentration or just market size, let's put it like this, like maybe it's a gigantic conglomerate. They get too much political power in a sense that it becomes problematic. So we don't have the standard yet. I don't think we have the answer. I'll say that that's fine. I mean, between the first theorems of the University of Chicago about price theory in the 1950s and the big change in policy in the 70s and 80s, it took 30 years, to build the standards. We are in the beginning of a process of realignment that's still going to take some more time, and we are not there yet. At the same time, I think that in some areas, again, media is one area where you want to have media diversity requirements, exactly because you don't want to have what happens in Russia, where guess what, there's only one media, and then if people say we're running a special operation, we're running a special operation for the whole country. So in some areas which are very large, important, you might want to have different standards. And the things like you had this in the past, right? So in the US, you had standards on media diversity that were weakened over time. And then I cannot say that much about European countries. So I'll say, like, we don't know yet exactly where to go. I think that we're trying to figure out, but I wouldn't say that this means that the inquiry is a illegitimate or bad inquiry by definition. It's something that we're going to have to respond.
Yeah, I do think that part of it is, I think we touched on this earlier, the sense that we have these democratic institutions that are dysfunctional right now, and that it turns out antitrust laws are really vague, and that we can then use them to do all of the things that we can't actually do in the more democratic. But we can't get legislation passed, but hey, we can certainly write a rule at the FTC. There's no authority in the statute for the Labor Department to do anything about non-compete clauses, but I can certainly find a way to read that into the FTC Act. And I think that there's this sense that I can't say is completely wrong, that I mean, I will say it's wrong not to for the reason I said before, not to change the institutional environment and just think, oh, we can just change the objectives of the institution. But to point out that Congress is dysfunctional and to say, well, look, if we're going to do something, here's a place where we can do it. It's not wrong. I just, of course, think that it's a bad idea. But for other people, I don't know. It's not
I
crazy.
just want to answer a question by tying the points that Jeff and Filippo made. Is the good thing of being a part of the antitrust community is that people really enjoy talking with each other. These agreements are fantastic. But when you are an agency person, your duty is to make sure that the institution you leave the institution in a better health than you got it. And you have to be committed to the health of the institution. It was before you and it should be after you. And when your ideas start dismantling the institution, you do not satisfy your fiduciary duties. Change is always needed, always should be considered, always should be debated. But one of the concerns that I think that we see, at least in the United States, I'm less familiar with the organization Europe, is that you lose a lot of talent and you lose a lot of excellent traditions. And that should be a bad signal for any person who really care about the institutions. Advocate for ideas, but protect the institution.
Can I just, I fully agree as well. And I think that's connecting to your question is, we are in the antitrust community, and so we are used to thinking about antitrust policy and debating antitrust policy. But ultimately, you're totally correct that antitrust might be a terrible tool for many of these decisions. And the big push for the discussion on antitrust and political power is partially coming from the fact that we weaken campaign finance laws and other things. And then once these tools that were better tools got weakened, people started looking for alternatives, And the same thing on the labor side, right? So much of the labor discussion in the past, the labor debates were done by unions and other areas. And then as unions got weaker and weaker and weaker, labor policy got weaker, then people started looking, okay, what is the alternative? And then antitrust is, I agree with Jeff, antitrust is this gigantic cannon that impacts the whole economy. And these should tell you that you should be cautious and prudent when making changes. I think this is something that I totally agree. And then you should look for data. You should try to understand the data. You should have reasonable distinctions. And I think that people are trying to do this. I mean, they might get right, they might get wrong, but they're trying to react. Ultimately, antitrust enforcers are public servants, and they are trying to respond to what are popular dynamics. And all the discussions we're going to have today in this panel, with the sustainability panel, industrial panel, they're all connected to some form of popular demand for change. And I think it's important to recognize this as well. And if it's not going to be antitrust, it might be somewhere else. I mean, in some areas, hopefully, it will be somewhere else. In some areas, it's going to have to fall on antitrust, and that's why I said. And I guess we're going to have to find the best way to implement this with the tools that we have.
So I was just going to say, I thought that was an amazingly good question. And it's a great way to now take us into lunch, where we can sort of try and debate this further.
Coffee.
Oh, sorry, coffee break. Coffee break rather than lunch. Sorry, don't get too excited. But still, before we do sort of break for coffee, can everyone just join me in thanking the panel? I thought that was a really great debate, and I'm very pleased they were participating.
That's good. You survived. Filippo survived.
I mean, you consider the last thing you said
It's good because we had the same situation before. The head of the Spanish Competition Authority, before the one we have now, was
Shall we start? So, good morning, everyone. My name is Ainhoa Veiga. I'm a competition lawyer practicing here in Madrid. And let me start, you might not care, but I am a user of the local municipal bicycle sharing service here in Madrid. And believe me, it's so much a challenge that a hardcore cartel might be more efficient to make of myself a more sustainable human being, considering that my willingness to pay is limited, including the willingness to pay taxes to procure sustainable services. So thank you to the International Center for Competition Economics, and I'm very honored to be here today moderating this panel on sustainability and competition. Allow me to introduce my distinguished panelists. I'm starting with Maurits Dolmans, senior partner of Cleary Gottlieb, still Hamilton, in London and Brussels, right? Second, Julian Morris, senior scholar of the International Center for Law and Economics, this center. Then Julian Nowak from Lund University. And finally, Cento Belhanovsky, founder, Julian Nowak. Okay. And Cento Belhanovsky, founder and managing partner of Case Associates. We are trying also, like the previous panel, to get some discussion, dynamic discussion. And I hope this allow me just a brief introduction to the questions I'm bringing on to the table. After this panel, I hope that we will show the merits or the relative merits of competition and cooperation in this context of urgent, very urgent sustainability goals. Just less than 2 weeks ago, you might have seen the international panel of experts on climate change, update of the situation. You might think, or you might agree or not, but it is clear that it is a sense of urgency where competition law, competition enforcement, competition policy has been called upon. And particularly in Europe, you all know, and Maria Pilar Canedo already said how they are seriously considering integrating sustainability considerations into competition enforcement, competition advocacy. However, there is room to think on whether antitrust competition has, or there is room to consider whether it is actually necessary to adjust the current tools, analytical frameworks, including economic models to meet or promote sustainability goals. And so my first question to the panel, and in particular to Cento, is whether there is a sustainability gap in antitrust and competition policy and enforcement.
And I have to, and for the following reasons. First of all, let's just be clear. The term is competition law or antitrust law. It is not to promote competition, but to prevent market abuses. So it's not a proactive area of law. It's a somewhat ex post reactive area of law. to prevent attacks on competition and to provide a remedial system for that. So I was a bit amused by the relativism of the previous discussion that, you know, competition law is just a political artifact and then you can pour anything into it. And I was actually more surprised because I'm an economist, but I believe in the rule of law that everything was up for almost a cost-benefit assessment. You know, if you want greater income equality or sustainability, we just trade off a bit of certainty and a bit of efficiency and a bit of whatever competition is supposed to promote. I was also a bit surprised that the statement that promoting competition or competition law is about efficiency. I didn't realize that Oliver Williamson had such an impact, at least on US antitrust, because it's had almost zero impact in Europe. We're not concerned about efficiency, we're concerned about promoting competition and not promoting, preventing market abuses. So that's the first point I make. The second point is this area of law shouldn't pursue a whole range of other goals. It actually diminishes the law in the sense that it prevents effective enforcement. If the enforcement official and the firms being investigated are always saying, well, there's competition, but there's a trade-off here. We can bring a sustainability or a gender equality or a biodiversity or a privacy assessment defense against anti-competitive behavior, then not only is the enforcement agency going to be confused and making trade-offs and making different trade-offs, but those who are subject to the law will never really know what the law is. They will always be second-guessing the regulator and trying it on in a fairly aggressive manner. So the second reason why I don't think sustainability has a role in antitrust is, what is sustainability? The discussion has been mainly focused on the environmental interpretation of sustainability. But if you look at Julian Nowak's paper for the OECD, which gives a definition of sustainability from the UN, it's everything. Fair trade, good working conditions, happiness, for universal public health, gender equality, women's rights, full employment, the end of poverty and hunger. How is a competition authority going to trade off these things, even if it's got a legitimate role in this area? And the final, the final of the broader question, I'll come to the gap very quickly, is the limitations of antitrust. I think this was touched on in the first session, is that because we're antitrust practitioners here of various kinds, we think antitrust is the be-all and end-all of the law, and that every area of law should embody every other area of law. We have environmental law, we have tax law, we have monetary policy. There's an English expression, horses for courses. You pick the area of law that is most relevant to the area, and you have an enforcement agency that can effectively enforce it. To make each area of law cover all social ills and environmental problems is basically a ridiculous concept. And we have also, even if we accepted that there was a role for sustainability, what is the contribution of antitrust to this? That comes to, is there a gap? I've read a lot of the literature on sustainability written by lawyers mainly, and it's, I think, quite emotive and often exaggerated in terms of what contribution antitrust can make. Antitrust can only make a marginal contribution, especially when you realize the context in which these lawyers are arguing. First of all, cooperation is not illegal between competitors, at least in European law. It's only cooperation that leads to price fixing or horizontal agreements that violate the law. And there are exemptions to cooperation between competitors on standards, on R&D. So the law is cognizant of the fact that not all cooperation, even amongst competitors, is anti-competitive. So what we are really debating about is a very narrow subset of agreements which seem to fall foul of the law, which have anti-competitive effects. And the argument being made by the sustainability lobby, if I can put it that way, is that we should have a trade-off between market power and horizontal agreements that lead to anti-competitive consequences and sustainability, that there should be exemptions And I go back to my earlier point about the risk that exemptions will lead to ineffective enforcement. So we're really, in my view, arguing about that, arguing about those cooperative agreements that don't have exemptions at the moment that give rise to, say, significant market power or anti-competitive consequences. Now, in my understanding of European, at least the practice of European Commission, and I imagine that this is the case for a lot of competition authorities, they prioritize their enforcement. They don't go after every lawbreaker. They say, we have a priority, we have a limited budget, and we have to use that budget effectively to get success, whatever that success means by the agency. And what it means for the European Commission in relation to Article 101 is to go for hardcore cartels. And I think there's been research done by one academic showing that the Commission effectively non-enforces a lot of cooperative agreements, or that might be anti-competitive, gets undertakings from it, but it prosecutes those hardcore cartels as the priority. And so a lot of this hiatus about, you know, the formal law blocking cooperative agreements that might lead to some public interest benefits is probably, well, in my view, exaggerated, and I think empirically exaggerated for that. Now, there's no evidence really that the law is blocking these sustainability agreements. And I draw as somewhat of evidence, although I'm not going to say that I'm taking the Commission at face value. They had a consultation on horizontal the horizontal guidelines. And one of the major issues raised in the consultation, there was a lot of submissions, was on sustainability. They said, you know, it should take into account sustainability. And I quote the Commission in writing about it, said, the stakeholders appear to have difficulty providing real life examples of sustainability initiatives that are hampered by potential risk of the application of antitrust rules. So there was limited evidence that that is the case. I'll just briefly touch on the argument that cooperation will lead to more sustainability than non-cooperation or competition that doesn't lead to anti-market power issues. There's a debate going about amongst Dutchmen about this issue of whether sustainability promoted by cooperation or competition. There's a fair bit of evidence that industries that are more competitive engage in more sustainable efforts. But I'll stop there. I've got a lot more to say, but I'll stop there to give other people a chance to either react or agree with me.
Yeah, so where does it come from, the idea that competition stands in the way of sustainability goals? What do you think? Other panelists want to have any considerations, general, on what Cento has said, that there is no evidence, Cento said, that competition would stand in the way of reaching sustainability goals. So that is this the sense of urgency on sustainability goals that makes this a matter of priority and put competition policy and enforcement to the service of sustainability goals?
Organization of the panel. Do you want us to first do our initial
comments,
first, then the debate?
Yes, to have the debate on what Cento just said. Yes.
This is a conversation. Because I thought we had okay. That's fine. So my initial reaction, you're right to point to the IPCC report, the synthesis report that came out, which explains that global warming is a reality and it's caused by humanity, and it creates extreme weather events and could lead to tipping and rising sea levels and so on. That we can still solve it. And how do we solve it? To me, that should be the principle. How do you solve a collective action problem? Because the root of this whole climate change is a market failure or a collective action problem. And now I'm not an economist, but I'm quoting Sir Nicholas Stern, or I think he's Lord Stern now, who says that the climate crisis is the greatest market failure that the world has ever seen. And when you think about it, it's even from a common sense perspective, it's kind of understandable, because why should I spend money buying an electric car when my neighbor drives a gas guzzling big car? Why should I not fly when my neighbor constantly flies for weekend jaunts and so on? Why should I? So there's and my neighbor may actually think the same, but since we are not coordinated, no solution is found. So you have a situation where everybody would be better off if there were coordination, but nobody can or wants to coordinate because there is no framework for doing so. Now, many economists would say regulation is the answer. Pigou would say that taxation is the answer. And there is also Ronald Coase. And Ronald Coase says, if I understand correctly, in his theorem, you basically, it depends on two things. You need to allocate clearly who has a property right in the climate or in private enterprise. And you have to allocate the responsibility, who pays whom for either cleaning up or for not engaging in certain activities. And this can be done through negotiations, provided the transaction costs are not too high. So that's where antitrust law comes in. It's not that antitrust law is being asked to solve the climate crisis. The climate crisis, I think, should be solved through coordination. And regulation is one way of coordination. Taxation is another one. Government policy to drive innovation. Maria Mazzucato saying this is how we got to the moon, by private-public cooperation in order to invent new technologies. Maybe we should do the same with climate change. But private sector cooperation is also a way to coordinate. And so that's where antitrust law comes in. It should not stand in the way. And Cento says there are no actual examples. Well, I've lived this for the last 5 years. I have quite a lot of clients knocking on my door, talking about examples, and then saying, we're not going to do it because it's too risky. I'll give you one example, and then and I have my little decision tree that we should at some stage go through. But I'll give you one example, the so-called race to zero agreements, right? In COP26, there was an initiative by the Glasgow Alliance for Net Zero, a bunch of banks and insurance companies and asset managers and so forth, to say, okay, we have a responsibility to help coordinate the solution to the climate crisis. How are we going to do this? Well, they said we are not going to finance or insure unabated coal power plants and new coal projects. What's ongoing can continue, but if somebody knocks on our door and says, I want to start a new coal mine or an unabated coal power plant, so in other words, where the emissions aren't captured, then we're not going to finance that. And of course, that's a prime example of a collective action problem, because in a normal situation, when I insure, so imagine Cento and I are both insurance companies, and we are insuring a coal power plant. I will look at the physical risk for that coal power plant. Is it in an area where it can burn, where it can be blown away, where it can be drowned? And is it in geopolitical situation that is unstable? And I will set my premium by reference to that physical risk. What I do not take into account is the externality that this coal power plant emits greenhouse gases, which impose cost on other insurers like Cento. Cento's coal power plant, which he is insuring, has a physical risk, which is in part covered by my activity. His coal power plant, which he is insuring, creates an issue for my coal power plant, a physical risk. So those externalities, these costs to society, which are not included in the premium, are a problem for everybody. And the idea is, let's coordinate not to insure these things in order to force these power plants to use proper carbon capture and utilization or storage technologies, which increasingly are available, to give an incentive to invest in that, so that everybody gains, including Cento and I, whose premium can go down if emissions are reduced. So that's a prime example of a collective action problem that can be solved through coordination. And the GFAN's proposals were to do that. And of course, what happened was that about a year later, advice came under antitrust law saying you can't do this. And therefore, the agreement was abandoned. To the great regret of a number of banks and finance institutions, because they wanted to do this, because they think it's part of their responsibility and their fiduciary duties to their own customers and shareholders. And so that is one example, and I think a very important example of an antitrust, of a corporation which was sunk as a result of antitrust law. And I can go on, but and eventually we'll need to go to because there's a lot more to be said, but
Yeah. Julian Morris wanted to say something.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting that the focus is immediately shifted towards climate change, but I'll take it as it is, and make the following observation, that if reducing emissions from coal-fired plants in Europe and the US were to have occurred as a result of coordination by banks on limiting access to capital, I think there's a legitimate question as to what would have happened. And one possible outcome would have been a shift in industrial activity towards those jurisdictions where no such restrictions are imposed. So, for example, India and China, which are still building coal-fired power stations by the dozen. So I think one question would be then, okay, so you've imposed this restriction. Have you actually had an effect on emissions? A related question, which I think is perhaps more important, is what happens in the longer term? Because climate change is a long-term process and emissions are going to carry on for some time. What we've seen over the course of the past century is the rate of emissions per unit of economic activities. So the volume of carbon dioxide per dollar of GDP or euro of GDP has declined pretty much uniformly, linearly, for about a century. Why has it declined in that way? Innovation. Innovations in various ways. Innovations in terms of the efficiency of use of energy, innovations in the efficiency of production of energy. One would hope that that innovation continues along that linear trajectory. It may or may not. I think the question, though, is what is going to motivate that? Is it an agreement among banks to restrict capital to coal-fired power stations, or is it the removal of barriers to the new technologies that are lower in their emissions? For example, third and fourth generation nuclear, which at the moment is highly constrained by all sorts of regulatory restrictions. So I think if you're going to look at the problem of climate change in the round, look at it in the round and don't narrowly focus on one particular possible direction that technology could go, or that you could try and restrict certain technologies. And that suggests that perhaps the antitrust action in this case wasn't such a bad thing, in the sense that it was saying, well, you know, this might or might not have an effect on global emissions, but what it will definitely do is drive up prices in those jurisdictions where it's applied.
gladly answer later.
Yes, so I think there's like already so much said now. I don't know where to start. I'll try to focus a bit on a couple of points. 1, 2, 3, and then a question. So 3 points, and I think they are relating back to Cento. So first, I think it makes a lot of sense to use antitrust for what is design antitrust problems. So that would then mean, on the other hand, that we use sustainability law to address sustainability. But there are enough lawyers in here that will be able to tell me that there is nothing like sustainability law. because sustainability law does not exist because it's a cross-cutting issue. So what we are facing here is essentially a question of if there is a question about sustainability in the context of competition, what do we do? And that's where competition law comes in. And how we do that, that's a completely different question. And should we do that, I think, was one of the questions raised, and it's also in the title of this debate. And I think that's a lovely question. We can all have our moral views on that. They are hopefully informed by empirics and other things. But I think for lawyers, moral views is one thing, but normative questions, they are designed and decided by the law. So we have to look into what the law tells us about these questions. And there are different laws across the world. They do different things. For example, talking about climate change, the Austrians have just changed their law and said climate benefits, they are benefits that benefit consumers by default. One of the arguments that we often hear is it should be the legislator that should decide these things. Maybe then we should all be now happy that the legislator has decided it, but I have not seen many competition lawyers that have been massively clapping at this change in the law, even though the legislator has now finally spoken. That brings me to the third point, which is the trade-off. And I think trade-offs, that's inherent in competition law. The question is, how do you do them? And how do you do them in a sustainability context? And I think there are different areas, and we can talk about the hard cases, but the easy cases, I think, are innovation cases. And that's, I think, where we all agree. Sustainability, innovation is something that you'll have to take into account when you're doing any kind of antitrust analysis. So you're trying to innovate in a sustainable direction. And that's something that we can use our tools for. That leads me to the question of gap, and then I come to the 2 points of my colleagues here. So I think the gap, yes, there's a gap. The question is how big it is. For some people, it's bigger. From some people, it's smaller. In some jurisdictions, it's smaller. I think the gap has also become smaller because we're having this debate. And I sometimes get reminded of when I started to work in this area, 2010, when I told people what my PhD was about. They said, oh, so you're studying how environmental protection laws affect competition? I said, no, I do environmental protection in competition. Hey, what does that mean? So it was a very kind of one or the other view. It was also the time where, I think it's like a different time where Tesla was just putting the first electrical engines into, I think, Lotus, was it at that time? It was the time where we didn't have the Paris Agreement, nor did we have the SDG, the Sustainability Development Goals. So a different time. So I think things change, and it's good that we're having this discussion. And I think while having this discussion, certain things that are perceived as gap might appear or disappear when we are talking about them. And that brings me, I think, to the other question. Why do we so often hear about climate change? It's one of the biggest issues. And because if you think about sustainability itself, the whole debate started from the environmental context. And the same is here in the competition debate. The whole thing starts with environment. But then in the sustainability debate, it became clear, well, you cannot just like say, well, we're not going to cut down forests because people are dependent on those forests to get their food, to get their firewood. So there is a development aspect to it. There's an economic aspect to it, and that should be not seen as something that is not part of it. So it's slowly kind of extended. And I think that's what we are also seeing if we are looking into this debate in antitrust. We start and see the most examples in the environmental context, but slowly we're getting to see other areas. And there's a little less examples from that area, but I think we are getting there. And that brings me to my question to Julian. I was thinking about the example that you just said, and And I think it's a very good point with the carbon leakage that you said, is that the emissions that would be happening in Europe are now then happening in India, and we're not having any kind of effect. And I think that's a very serious point. And I think the Dutch Competition Authority has, based on these conditions back in the days when they had a case about coal-powered plants, rejected an agreement to shut them down, because they said, well, we are having this agreement, but you're still getting the emission rights under the European Emission Trading Scheme, and you can just sell them on to the market. You're shutting down the coal powers here, but someone else is going to emit that. So I think it's a very important point. But I was just thinking about the banks. It's like, if the coal-powered plants are not being built in Europe, are they then necessarily built in India? And I wasn't sure, because I was thinking that in that sense, electricity might not necessarily as manufacturing. I think in manufacturing, it's different, but in electricity terms, would be slightly different. I think it's a more localized question. That was just a couple of thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Julian. Yeah, sure.
Just, it's a very good argument to broaden out the thing when I've been quite specific about competition law. You say that it's the biggest market failure in the world in talking about environmental issues. But what we're specifically addressing here is the role of antitrust in this whole schema of things. It's not the fact that the world is collapsing or we're all going to die. It is very specific about the role the competition policy can play. I don't know about this insurance example, and I don't know where, when you say the advice, was it the lawyers who were giving the advice or the competition authority saying it was blocked? Because one of the things the commission said was that lawyers are being too timid. We're not enforcing antitrust against these cooperative agreements that lead to sustainability.
Can I quickly interrupt?
Yeah.
Because there's a case, we have the Americans here. I think there's a case in the United States brought exactly under antitrust against a similar situation. I think from the Attorney General in Arizona. Who was
I saw the email, Mark. That's not the point. There's probably a case in Papua New Guinea that says something quite different, but the issue here, I'm talking about the European Commission and European law. I know we had a lot of stuff about it, US antitrust. I'm just saying that we really have to be quite clear in what the parameters of what we're talking about. It's very good to suddenly explode it out and give examples and then say, well, this is it. But what the Commission said in terms of its reaction to this debate was that lawyers were being a bit too risk averse in advising their clients, no, this is going to be against competition law. And instead of going to the Commission and finding out what the real situation on the enforcement priorities are, and that's why it's a good thing, I think, that the various competition authorities are clarifying, what the agreements that will pass through or not. This is somewhat an issue of legal certainty or uncertainty, has resulted in everyone being saying, oh no, this is cooperation between competitors. That's it. On trade-offs, I was quite struck by the debate this morning where lawyers are talking about, this technocrats can make these trade-offs and they can decide almost unilaterally what they're going to do. I think there should be a bit more respect for the rule of law. We've got to have a situation where there are rules that lead to certainty, that lead to deterrence and guide actions of individuals. If it's felt all the time that the regulator is going to trade off various social and environmental goals against competition, then we just change the name of the regulator of happiness and goodness in the world, rather than being an antitrust authority.
Okay, I don't know, Julian, if you want to go ahead with continue with your, shall I continue with your question, or I go first to Maurits, because we are more,
Let's move on.
I think the question, I think it fits better in the current discussion. Okay, so there is the argument that businesses are deterred too much by current analytical framework employed by competition authorities. However, there is room also to say that, well, they are not deterred so much to agree on greenwashing agreements like the very recent AdBlue cartel. So, Moritz, how to distinguish between agreements with negative effect on competition and sustainability from agreements with positive effect on sustainability? And I believe you have something you would like to show here.
Little decision tree that
I don't know.
well, while they are looking for it,
Yeah.
I would like to point at 2 points of agreement between Julian and me and Cento and me. The agreement between Julian and me is that much of the solution to climate change is going to come from innovation. And how do we get innovation? What drives innovation? And competition drives innovation, I agree. In particular, where consumers are willing to pay. If they're not willing to pay, you have that, there is this question. But so I do agree, fourth generation nuclear technology is a brilliant example. Molten salt power generation by small startups like Copenhagen Atomics or US companies like Flibe and so on. This is really brilliant stuff. And this could be a sea change in the energy transition. And I think a few things have to happen. Deregulation, it's not a form of deregulation, but it is a form of targeted regulation. Regulation that is fit for that technology, which is entirely safe, doesn't explode, doesn't melt down, and so forth. So regulation should be adjusted to that environment. So that's, I think, a point of agreement between us. If you prohibit unabated coal power plants, I think that could be part of the driver of innovation, because right now these coal power plants and oil and gas gets enormous amount of subsidies, right? $700 billion last year only for the oil and gas industry, right? It's so don't come to me with raising prices for oil and gas. I mean, it's they get an incredible amount of state subsidy. And so, and that distorts competition because in the absence of that subsidy and in the presence of cooperation, there could be a driver towards better, cleaner technologies. And that's, we're going to...
When you say 700 billion, is that because you're including the externalities from...
No. This is just
the direct state
subsidies. Julian, it's direct state subsidies. I can follow up with you later if you wish, but it's direct.
Not in Europe and the US.
No, this is worldwide.
Okay.
This is worldwide. Yeah.
So something like 100 billion in the EU.
Yeah. And it's incredible. And it consists of direct payments. It also means, for instance, tax exemptions, no VAT on fuel for airplanes, for instance, whereas everybody else in your car, you pay VAT. So things like that. So we should keep that in mind. That we need innovation. So stopping that kind of direct subsidies is one thing. So the tree is up. So let's quickly go through it. How to because I agree that there are situations like the AdBlue case where companies tried to rig the market under the cloak of sustainability, and that should not be allowed. Right. So let's assume that there is an agreement that restricts competition. So that's step number one there. And step number two, the question is, okay, is the objective justification, is the purpose of this agreement a climate change abatement? We can talk later about other sustainability goals. I prefer to focus on what's really systemically threatening our existence. So that's why I talk about climate change. So the first question you ask yourself, is there a market? No, please leave it. Can we get back to the previous one? The second one is for if you really want to get complicated. Oh, can we go back to the little decision tree, please? I saw the time. All right, I can summarize it in one sentence.
No, the previous one.
Previous one, please. Thank you. Keep it. First question you ask yourself, is there a market failure? Are consumers sufficiently willing to pay or is there adequate regulation? that drives innovation, for instance? If so, the parties should compete on being clean and green, and competition should drive the solution. On the other hand, and then we get to the lower part of the first branch, is if there is a market failure, if consumers are not willing to pay sufficiently for sustainability and there's no adequate regulation, then coordination is required. And we assume, and I see, like Julian Nowak has indicated, that there is a regulatory failure. Even if in the EU there is now more and more regulation and emissions trading rights and so forth, it's not worldwide. So there is a regulatory failure and a market failure. So then the question becomes, and unfortunately some of the tree is not visible, but I'm sure it can be circulated, and it's also in an article I wrote. What are the parties really trying to pursue? Are they trying to pursue short-term profits, like in the AdBlue case? We can talk about the AdBlue case if you wish, but probably don't have enough time. But the parties were pursuing short-term profits at the expense of sustainability, and they were using sustainability as a cloak. Or are the parties pursuing long-term spillover benefits? So the long-term spillover benefits in a situation, for instance, where you seek you realize that as a company, if you don't do something, the economy may not exist, and certainly not in the same form. Our society may not exist in the same form if no action is taken. Part of that can be resolved by agreements that create positive externalities or that create spillover benefits. And an example of this is this agreement between these insurance companies. Because our agreement creates, it's not intended to raise profits, right? Because that would be a cartel. We're not suggesting that cigarette manufacturers can collude and raise prices because that increases human health, because fewer people smoke. That's not the argument. The argument is that if the companies really pursue genuinely sustainability goals, whereby society and companies themselves benefit not in terms of higher short-term profits, but long-term survival, long-term lower costs, and so forth. Then an exemption might be possible, and we can talk later about fair share to consumers and so forth. But this is my little decision tree that can be used as a framework for analysis.
Thank you, Maurits. Do you want to add something to Maurits' center?
Yes, one sort of factual, almost, well, theoretical question is, you've posited a situation where, sorry, they've cut off your, that the consumers are not prepared to pay in the short term and the medium term. But these firms get together and say that for our survival, whatever that means, we should have a sustainability agreement. That sustainability agreement is just going to cost them money, and there's no immediate return to that money. What's the mechanism that drives them to pursue these sustainability goals when there's no return to it? I don't understand what the sort of theoretical underpinnings of that would be.
Yeah, so economics, as you know better than I do, because I'm not an economist, it's about incentives, right?
Yeah.
What are the incentives of these companies? Why would they, and you can look at the incentives are expressed in internal documents, in the nature of the agreement, whether they do these agreements secretly, whether they involve other stakeholders in deciding whether this agreement is appropriate. So there are external factors that you can use in order to find out what the incentives are and whether the agreement is actually a reflection of these incentives. And cloaked agreements like AdBlue, secret, not involving stakeholder cooperation, their objective was to raise short-term profits. So that's a cartel. On the other hand, the GFANZ agreement, or the Race to Zero agreements, the objective there clearly was not short-term profits, because they were actually foregoing business, right? And the objective there was to create these positive spillover effects, whereby the private interest of the insurance companies in the long run coincides with the public interest in abating climate change. And those are the kind of agreements that should be allowed. Yeah. And that agreement was clearly discouraged by antitrust law. And that's the other point of agreement between you and me. The initial advice that the lawyers gave, in my view, was too conservative. on the other hand, from an EU perspective, from a US perspective, from a Chinese perspective, from an Indonesian or a Brazilian perspective, we have a complete fragmentation of antitrust enforcement such that the strictest antitrust enforcer dictates the policy for everybody else, just like the slowest ship in the convoy determines the speed of the convoy. And we need to go fast and not slow.
Okay, I don't want to prolong this aspect of the debate, but if the incentive on the firm to engage in a sustainability agreement is a threat of future regulation.
No,
it's not. It's not what you're saying. Then I don't understand.
Or the threat of future antitrust enforcement.
Future antitrust enforcement?
Which is different from future regulation.
No, I meant, let's forget about the market power issue for a moment. There's this subset of agreements that you would let through because the firms have, the term used was for their survival. They agree on a set of sustainability goals. Those sustainability goals are only going to cost them money. So what I was really trying to tease out was, why would they agree? If it's only going to cost them money, consumers are not going to pay for it. That was the assumption of the analysis. And why would they agree to these sustainability goals?
So there are, let's say, three reasons. First of all, this agreement was predicated on the milestones of the International Energy Agency. And there is another slide, but not here, the IAE has set about 30 milestones, which we need to achieve in order to get to net zero. These are the first ones. This is the first milestone. So they didn't invent it. They took it based on an enormously deep substantive study of what is needed to get to net zero.
But
the second thing is these.
Can I quickly interrupt? Because I'm not sure, like, I have a feeling you are talking past each other. So he basically asks you what is their profit-making motive to engage in the agreement?
Making motive is the positive externality of this agreement for you and for me.
Yeah, but that's not going to make the money.
Well, it's actually, well, yes, it is going to make the money because it's going to reduce the physical risk to the assets you insure and the assets that I insure. So it's going to make the money, and we have a long-term objective of basically our society as it stands now to survive.
Well,
and
I might disagree with that, but the point
there's a basic misunderstanding of the insurance market. I mean,
I wasn't talking about insurance. I was talking about the general proposition.
I'm not so sure about that, but
I was talking about the general proposition that there is a subset of agreements where they will cooperate together to enact costly sustainability investments on the assumption that consumers are not prepared to pay for it. So there's no profit in it. And I think the only response you've given me so far is that it's regulation or quasi-regulation that's encouraging them to go for net zero in some long-term extinction threat of humanity. I'm just putting it in colorful language.
Yeah, I'm clearly not explaining myself clearly. So it's not a threat of regulation. It is the threat of antitrust enforcement against an agreement which creates benefits for the parties and for society. And we can talk later about consumer.
I still think you're talking past each other, because that wasn't the question. The question that Trento was asking was, how are the companies going to make money out of this? If it's not because there's some threat of actual regulation as opposed to antitrust enforcement, then what is it? And then that's my point about your misunderstanding of the insurance market. The insurance market takes in premia and spends those premia, puts those in premia investment, and then if there's an event, they pay out. Now, look, climate change is a long-term threat. So the idea that you're going to offset a reduction in short-term premia by some sort of long-term reduction in threat from climate change, I just don't buy that argument.
It's a long-term versus a short-term assessment. If we are dictated by the profits of the next quarter only, right, we are going to continue to exploit the public goods, which water, air, the climate, and that will impose costs on in the long term, right?
There's
I will be
a
dead by
category.
the time.
There's a category of insurance that for which this applies, and it's cat bonds, right? So it's catastrophic insurance bonds that pay out. They're long term, so that you bring in money, you put it into investments, and then at some point, if there's a really catastrophic event, it pays out. But those are they're very it's a very minority market. It's not insurance of coal companies.
Yeah, but these companies are not just focused on short-term profits. They look at the longer term. They also are aware of extreme weather events, which increase in frequency and intensity as climate change happens. And that is what drives these companies.
Okay, yes, to bring another perspective on the table on the relation between sustainability and antitrust, Julian Noack, you see a way to analyze the overlapping relation they have. So
Yes.
can you
So I have just
explain to us?
a simple Venn diagram. So I think it's not, the question is not either or. The question is,
There is another
it's a two
slide
slide, I think. You're
after
trying
this
to-
one.
No, before.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
Two before. One. No, next.
no, after
After that
Maurits' slide was.
I thought.
It's a Venn diagram.
It's a Venn diagram, but I'm just this one
That's it.
exactly. So so this is the kind of thing where I think we sometimes get lost in the detail, and we are talking too much about either or, and I think it was there it is perfect. So I think a lot of things can be done, and that's where we should talk about. And I think you already, Sindhu, rightly highlighted the risk averseness of lawyers, advisors before, and I think that might now change with the fact that we are talking about these matters. But I think that taking it in these kind of extremes doesn't really help. I think you want to identify the overlap and talk about the overlap, and then see where do we actually disagree. And I know that some areas where we disagree are questions that Maurits just raised, and those are the kind of debates. But there's, I think, a lot of things that are perfectly fine. So I'll give you an example. You can think about agreements. Let's talk again about agreements that are either in Europe without outside of the scope, or you would need to have an effects assessment. Those agreements are standard setting agreements, where we know standard setting agreements are usually rather positive. And in the EU, you have now a proposal for having standard setting agreements for sustainability standards that fulfill certain criteria. And I think we can talk about stakeholders, because I would also be rather skeptical of private companies' motives. I still think there's a value in asking the question, what is their benefit from them? So stakeholders might be something, if they're involved in that setting, that might be something that counterbalances that. But anyhow, so coming back to standard setting, in the US, we have a rule of reason approach. In the EU, we have now a proposal to have a kind of what the Commission calls a soft safe harbor. If you're complying with those conditions, then you're not going to be having a problem. And I think those are the kind of things that we should talk more about. And that's the kind of things where maybe we don't have a gap, but I think those deserve to be highlighted. And that's, we can discuss about abolishing the consumer welfare standard and replacing it with a sustainability standard. I don't think that makes a lot of sense, but I think trying to identify the overlap, sustainable innovation being one of them, is something that we can do and we should aim to do.
So I agree to some extent with the other Julian. So let's take us back to the origin of the term sustainability, which, as I understand it, goes back to fisheries economics from the 1950s. Tony Scott and Scott Gordon.
Goes back to actually the Catholic Church.
So the term, right? So the term sustainability was used, or sustainable yields was used in both fisheries biology and fisheries economics to talk about the amount of fish that you could catch without depleting the stock. So you have the maximum sustaining yields. That's the maximum that you can take out of the water without reducing the amount of fish that exist going forward. And so that then became somewhat the basis for this idea that you want to enable people to meet their own needs today while not inhibiting people from meeting their needs in the future. That's the kind of the World Conference on Environment and Development's definition of the Brundtland Report's definition of sustainable development. And it's motherhood and apple pie. It's fine, and no problem with it at all. And let's go back again to fisheries. It makes a lot of sense in the context of fisheries to have one entity control the use of the stock. Why? Because if you have competition over the capture of an open access resource, so this was Jeff's point about common pool resources, if people are competing to take out a biological resource which otherwise would be self-sustaining, then they will tend to invest heavily in capturing as much as they can in the shortest period of time so that they get more than the others who are also competing to capture that stock. It was somewhat inappropriately called the tragedy of the commons in a famous article in the 1960s, but it's really the tragedy of open access in the face of competing users. Fisheries economists realized very early on that the solution to this is monopoly. You have a single owner of the resource, and that single owner has a strong incentive to make sure that that resource grows in the future at a rate that increases the value of the resource to the person. So to the extent that that sustainability is about those kinds of problems, the problems of common pool resources, then allowing collaboration, allowing agreements amongst otherwise competing users makes perfect sense. But it also makes sense in a consumer welfare sense, right? Because the consumers are going to be better off because there will still be fish in the future. So you have, instead of your Venn diagram with two things, it's aligned. To the extent that you're talking about these common pool resources, the alignment is perfect. And I think the alignment may well be perfect in other contexts. So, for example, patent pools and other ways of collaborating on information sharing. I have trouble finding examples where there is not alignment between the consumer welfare standard and sustainability that actually merit exceptions. I'd be very interested to find out if any of you really can identify some genuine instances of that, where consumers are really going to be better off if you do something that's unsustainable.
I agree with every word you said. I'm sure.
Yeah, but Marit, in addition, I agree. It's in my opinion, it is very clear to see why conservation cartels makes a lot of sense, right? We have not mentioned the first mover disadvantage. That is actually, I would say, the main deterrent for companies to innovate and compete. And I don't know how you see my proposition in the light of how here, for instance, in Europe, with the horizontal guidelines and other initiatives from other national competition authorities are taking this matter.
So the first mover disadvantage, we talked about collective action problems and market failure, and the first mover disadvantage is an emanation of that. Let's take the fishing example that Julian Morris was talking about. The first mover would be the individual fishing company that decides my market share is 1%. I'm going to fish 1% of the sustainable amount and no more. And by my example, I'm going to try to convince the others to do the same. And then the others are just going to fish more. That would be the first mover disadvantage. So I think that would be an example. So we have actually already discussed it when we talked about collective action problems and market failures. And I think this is what happens also potentially with the climate. Say, for instance, a company that decides I'm going to switch my tropical wood to sustainable tropical wood, which is more expensive than the stuff that's just cut wild without regulation, but which is grown over a long period in plantations in areas where you don't have deforestation. That's going to be more expensive wood. If they move, if they're the first one to move, their products will be more expensive. Others will eat their market share. And that's the first mover disadvantage.
Okay. So before going to the questions or comments from the audience, just to close, I would like you, Julian Morris, I'm channeling the initial question. We have started talking about asking about whether there was a sustainability gap in antitrust. Now, I would say, is there an antitrust gap in sustainability, or how antitrust finally can really, or competition policy, well, procure sustainability goals?
And I feel like my last comment sort of addressed that in some respects. I think that this idea that there's a sustainability gap is premised on probably a misunderstanding of both antitrust and sustainability. So it misunderstands that when action is taken that results in more sustainable use of resources, that also enhances consumer welfare. So in that sense, there isn't an inconsistency in terms of the current dominant framework of competition policy vis-a-vis sustainability. So I don't think there's a gap necessarily. To address the first mover disadvantage problem, I mean, I think the more common kind of way of looking at that is the problems arising from investments in innovation and declining marginal costs, right? So where it costs $1 billion to develop the first pill and $100 to copy it, then you have a problem in terms of incentivizing the innovation that results in the first pill. I mean, and there's two elements to that. One is there is going to be a significant cost in that development, the development of that pill or that new way of producing electricity. And so that's inherent. And then there's the added costs that come from regulation. So one question I have is whether it's going to be difficult for antitrust to do anything very much about the first problem, just the costs, the normal costs involved in doing research and development. But can antitrust be more aggressively involved in combating unnecessary regulatory costs? I don't know the answer. I'm not an antitrust lawyer or even actually an antitrust economist. My expertise is mainly in the economics of the environment and sustainable development. So I guess that's why I was invited to this panel. But I'm intrigued by the idea that some of these barriers to innovation, which, as we've discussed, are so important to the future of humanity, might be somewhat brought down, but through using. So it's competition between state agencies, I suppose, at some level. Is one state agency empowered in some respects to combat the overreach of other state agencies? And I don't know the answer to that question, whether it's even a good idea, but I'm just posing it.
I would like to just briefly, because I would like to let
Very briefly, I mean, I'm not sure that I understand the first mover disadvantage argument. Obviously, if innovation has massive externalities and it's just going to burn the profits of the firm introducing that investment, and they will be reluctant to do it. But the scenario that's being painted is that these firms are engaging in sustainability agreements which inherently don't have any profit return to them. So there's no first mover disadvantages. If there is a return to them, whether it's a market return or the threat of regulation or Pigovian tax, which is, then there may be a reluctance to do it, but they will do it because it's in their financial interest to do it and in their reputational interest to do it. So I don't understand why in the scenario painted in the decision tree, that first mover disadvantages is of any relevance to that calculation. That's just my comment on. And also just with respect to that, where I do agree that cooperation and market power are useful is in these conservation cartels. And you don't need monopoly, you need the assignment of rights, as you well know.
And finally, Julian, just.
Yes, so I was just like thinking, we had now a debate, and I was just like trying to think, the debate was in a certain way very nice and we found some common ground. But it again focused on one particular aspect. And I think before we open the floor, and some people that have read a bit what I write might be bored now that I say that again. But we have basically talked about how we might not enforce competition law if there are some benefits in terms of sustainability. There's also the other part where you say maybe a bit more pro-enforcement side, where you say, well, we're going to attack cartels. You have an agreement in France that has been sanctioned not to advertise on the environmental performance of hardwood floor. You have the AdBlue case, which was also about reducing the innovation that could lead to increased or better emissions filtering for vehicles. So I think there's the one side which we always end up in these circles to debate, which is kind of how can we make it easier for companies? But there is also the other side, and I just wanted to highlight that before we
Okay,
open the floor.
thank you, Julian. Any comments or questions?
Hello, Thibault Larger. I have a fundamental issue with sustainability agreement that we've not touched upon here. And I'm going to be extremely simplistic. Who wins, who loses in the case of competition, in the case of monopoly. And in both cases, we will see that consumers lose and firms get a sweet deal. Let's take the fishery example or whichever. Competition. The fishermen can sell as much fish they want, they destroy the planet. We eat fish, but we live in a dirty planet. Too bad for us. The fishermen are happy, we are unhappy. Let's do sustainability agreement as the solution for everything. Fine. Monopoly, so less fishes, fine, but consumer will pay a lot. And the companies, the fishermen, will be happy. They will have profits and they can blah, 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 sustainable. So in both cases, the equation is the same. Consumer lose and company gets a sweet deal. So I'm going to ask you your input on that. In the competition case, the usual commission will tell you that there's an investment issue, an investment gap. We need to give state aid so companies can. So the responsibility is that there's a market failure. This is not the fault of the company. That's the market that is not working properly. So we will allow them to do some stuff, but the responsibility is still partly on the side of the of the companies. So how would you solve this? So first, do you agree that the winner-loser case is the one I described? And second, how would you do so this is not always the consumer who are losing, and we can share a bit the burden between companies and consumer. Let's think about another case if that's better. The German car companies who cheated on the emission standard. That's a very good example also for that type of win-lose scenario.
Just a quick response on fishing. I mean, I don't think I've met a happy commercial fisherman. They're a subject to regulation.
Okay.
Give me a go. Yeah. Yeah, I'll answer your question. You can give me another one later on, but if the fishermen have property rights assigned to them, or there's a monopoly or a cartel, they will conserve the fish. The prices to consumers will go up, and that's a good thing because it's the conservation of fish. The fishermen will make profits because the problem with overfishing is there are too many fishermen and they're eating each other's profits as much as the fish. So you restrict the number of fishermen, and that's why consumer benefit, environmental control, sustainability all match into one double circle.
In the long term, there are actually real world cases of this, many actually around the world, but two that most obviously springs to mind. One is Iceland and the other is New Zealand, both of which have established property rights in fisheries. So they start by saying, okay, well, we're going to have a single entity that controls total catch, but then they divide up the rights to that catch among quota owners who can then trade. That's the basic setup in both countries. And actually, there is a monopoly on some of the fisheries by a company in New Zealand. So there is literally a monopoly, but that company just has the rights to determine what the total allowable catch is, and then the catch is shared by the fishermen. The fishermen have all been enormously happy. They were resisting it beforehand, but afterwards they were very happy because the value of their quota, which they were initially allocated on a per boat basis, went up because the total allowable catch was lower than before, so the value of their quota rose. Many of them sold out their quota to more efficient boats. So you had improvements. So you did get innovation improvements in fishing, but you kept on with a lower catch. The consumers benefited because they still had fish, right? So yes, the price initially rose because the quantity was lower, but going forward, they found that the fish stocks recovered and they were able to catch more, and the price went down again in both places, in both Iceland and New Zealand. And now Iceland produces enormous amounts of fish relative to its previous position with regard to the Dogger Bank and Grand Banks, which have been massively depleted because of failed government regulation over fisheries, first in the US and then in the EU.
So that's I'm returning a bit in round, and then I'll stop. But what you're saying is exactly exemplifying what I'm saying. You say, oh, fish stocks were depleting because of failed regulation. It's not the fault of the companies. The market is not working properly. Too many fishermen, greedy, they all want blah, blah, blah. So in the end, it's still, and then you describe the after and you say, oh, they were very happy that quotas, monopoly pricing, they could exchange that, they could sell that, that's great. So in both cases, what I get, I'm very simplistic, but the fishermen are getting the sweet deal toward consumers. So the first one, we are going away where soon we won't have fish anymore. In the end, we have fish, but of course we pay high price. That's fine. But in both cases, the fishermen have an implicit insurance that make them okay in the end. So maybe there were a little bit more fishermen at first and the competition was a bit fiercer.
No, I'm sorry. In the situation of competitive fisheries over an open access resource, the fishermen, unless they're subsidized as they are in the EU, suffer because they're investing more and more in order to catch fewer and fewer fish. Whereas in the case where
they are subsidized everywhere. That's like most of the trade negotiation at the fish chapter.
Can I quickly come back to your point about the consumers lose?
Briefly, please.
Yes, very quickly. So I think the consumers lose in your example. Yes, they pay a higher price for fishes, and then you have to basically do a trade-off with the fact that tomorrow they also have fishes. So that's a trade-off. But we are now at fishes, right? So fishes. You can either have cheap fish today or more expensive fish today and tomorrow. So that's a trade-off that you have. And there's actually a case from the US where they have given a business review letter regarding exactly that, where fishermen had set up a cartel to allocate these kind of quotas. Yeah. Yes, but that's a regulation. It's not done by companies.
So I think we are out of time. I don't know if yeah. A last question from, okay, Marcos. Please, no fish. Yes.
Okay. Well, it was actually going to be a fish case that I had some time ago, but then I'll drop that. But essentially, whether it's fish or not, the only solution in that case was to set up a cartel and boycott non-compliant fishermen, that were sneaking out of the cartel. So sometimes, you really need strong discipline, but that has already been indicated by the panel. Now, my question was specifically in this diagram, and particularly in step 4 in the number, if I remember correctly, where essentially it was suggested that if the companies were making money, with short-term profits or whatever, it wasn't clear whether long-term profits would be on the basket or not. But essentially, the message was, the companies are making money, then they are not caring for consumers, so that should not be allowed. And I was wondering whether that was a suggestion to try to square the AdBlue weird case of the European Commission, or whether we really think that exceptions to the competition prohibition should be conditioned on the companies losing money. Because if that's what we're saying, that's not going to happen. Thank you.
So those indicators in step 4 are indicators. They may create presumptions, or they are relevant criteria. They are not each and every one cumulative conditions for the finding that the companies are engaging in a cartel. Nor is the absence guaranteed to then lead to an exemption. There are other conditions for an exemption, like necessity and proportionality and so forth. So it's just an indicator. If companies sit in a back room, a smoking back room, and raise prices, and then try to argue that raising prices is good for consumers because it reduces demand and therefore reduces output, and that's good for sustainability, that won't fly.
Okay. Final comment.
One final concern about these collusive agreements between otherwise competing firms relates to the potential for them to inhibit disruptive competitors, which I think, if that was the case, I think I would be very worried. And it was the case in a famous example in the US in the 1950s and 1960s, where the car manufacturers colluded to slow down the development of pollution control devices and explicitly excluded outsiders from participating in their agreement. So I think add that in as a very important element in making an assessment of these things.
Very much. Yes, that case really shows the very relative limits of cooperation here. And just to close, I would say that ideally competition should promote innovation, and innovation should be the best way to meet sustainability objectives. Thank you very much to my panelists. A big applause to them. I think there is lunch now. Okay.
Okay, everybody, the moment you have not been waiting for, the industrial policy panel. Let's settle down. Let's begin it. So let me first introduce our illustrious speakers from the right to the left. We first have Frédéric Geny, who is chairman of the OECD Competition Committee, professor at ESSEC Paris Business School, and head of the International Committee of Concurrence. He's also co-director of the European Center for Law and Economics of ESSEC since 2008. Next to him, we have Wendy Ng, who is an associate professor at Melbourne Law School, where she is the director of the Competition Law and Economics Network and an associate director for China of the Asian Law Center. Prior to that, Wendy worked in top-tier law firms in New York and Melbourne. Next to Wendy, we have Don Rosenberg. Don is fellow in residence in the School of Global Policy and Strategy at UCSD. Previously, Don was general counsel at Qualcomm, Apple, and IBM. And finally, to my right, Angela Wigger is associate professor of international relations at Radboud University in the Netherlands, and she specializes in the discipline of global political economy. She has spent more than 15 years analyzing capitalist competition and competition policy against the backdrop of how capitalism and its recurring crises have evolved over time. Currently, she's focusing on the geopolitical economy of EU industrial policy in the context of rentier capitalism. Okay, so perhaps, even though it seems like a rudimentary question, it is a deceptively simple one. Can we start with a working definition of what industrial policy is or what it isn't? Perhaps we can start with Fred, and let's try to keep it brief, just off the top of your head, Fred.
It's not going to be off the top of my head because I think that indeed, in any discussion of competition policy and industrial policy, and those discussions have always been very contentious in the past, there is some loose language which stands in the way of thinking clearly. So let me give you one. I mean, there are several definitions of industrial policy, but they are pretty much similar. I'll give you one, which is it's a strategic effort by the state to encourage economic transformation shifts from lower to higher productivity within or between sectors. Another definition, and you'll see that it's fairly similar, is an intervention by government policy that attempts to improve business environment or to alter the structure of economic activity to a sector's technology or tasks faster than would be the case without intervention. And I'm saying this because I think that when you take this definition of industrial policy, which I tend to agree with, there are a number of features that clearly distinguish industrial policy from competition policy, and which mean that the area of conflict is much less obvious than in the loose talk. The first one is that industrial policy is a sectoral policy, as opposed to competition policy, which is general policy. The second one is that it's an ex-ante policy, as opposed to competition law violations, which is ex post. The third one is that it is through direct intervention, subsidies, or other types of intervention that it is implemented, as opposed to a quasi-judicial process of finding a violation ex post. It's centered on dynamism of the economy, trying to change the structure of the economy to develop faster productivity sectors, which is not at all the objective of competition policy, which does not try to change. It's a long-term policy as opposed to what is more or less a short-term policy for competition law enforcement. It is very much focused on innovation in technology, innovation in product and processes, as opposed to a more static view, I would say, of the economy in competition. Finally, it is government-led and not led by an independent authority, the competition authority. So I think that there is, I mean, my personal feeling is that this is a different policy than competition policy. There may be links between the two, which we will talk about, but they will come more about the instruments and the question of whether the instruments are compatible. But I don't think that one should start from the idea that industrial policy is in any way a contradiction of competition policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Wendy, do you agree with that definition?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Hello. So I agree that it's state-led interventions intended to improve structurally the performance of the business sector. I would say that it's not just targeted or selected. It can also apply horizontally as well, though I guess most targeted and selective measures are probably more characteristic of what springs to mind when people talk about industrial policy. I would say that there are both demand and supply side instruments. On the supply side, you have instruments or measures that affect firm performance, so within, and then those that affect industry-wide dynamics. And that's, I think, in some way, I think we agree on quite a bit, but I think it's probably a bit more broad than just selective policies. And I would argue that in some situations, that competition law is a form of industrial policy.
Dawn, I don't want to skip you, but I have to, because Angela, I'm sure, has something to say about that relationship between competition policy and industrial policy, and then I come back to you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I studied both industrial policy and competition policy for far too long, and now industrial policy has reached the limelight again. And industrial policy subsumes competition policy. Competition policy has always been industrial policy, but industrial policy is far broader. So I would agree with a part of your definition. And also what Wendy said about the sort of the horizontal, the macroeconomic policies that also constitute industrial policy. So we can think about fiscal, monetary, environmental, trade, innovation, education, and labor policies. That's also part of sort of horizontal industrial policy that applies to all companies equally. And at the same time, you also have vertical direct intervention, privileging certain sectors, certain companies, whether it's national or Euro champions or US champions whatsoever. So the whole idea of picking winners, that also falls under industrial policy. And industrial policy, like competition policy, varies in content, form, and scope over time. It has always varied. And I mean, we can get into this later on in terms of how competition policy has been industrial policy. I would like to pick up one element of Frédéric about competition policy being ex post. I would disagree, because competition policy is also ex ante. Mergers and acquisitions have to be notified. And in the European Union context, even any form of commercial agreement had to be notified to the European Commission under Article 17. It was abolished with the Article 1 of 2003, where sort of also the litigation practices have been made their entry. But before that, even any form of joint venture had to be notified ex ante. So competition policy is not only ex post, but also ex ante. And in that sense, it is very much industrial policy. But there's much more to say about that. But industrial policy is broader. It comes with different programs, different funding structures, a different legal set of instruments and strategic coordination policies and flanking policies. So industrial policy is basically everything that regards the organization of the economic realm, if we want to put it in that terms.
So if I understand correctly, competition policy is subsumed under industrial policy in a sense. And sort of if you shift the standards or the exemptions or even enforcement priorities, you get perhaps different market structures, perhaps different winners or losers. And could that be considered industrial policy? And you say it could, right? If we shifted from consumer welfare to the neo-Brandeisian sort of standard, let's say that it's politics or democracy, as Filippo was suggesting, or sustainability, would that not also affect the shape of the market, possibly the winners or the losers? So you said yes to that. And now I want to hear perhaps for Dawn. Dawn, what is your definition?
It's been defined here several times, which is fine. I was going to say, this may be the last time today that I'll agree with pretty much everything Angela said, but maybe not. It's a big bucket, absolutely. To me, there's simply put, there's no question in my mind that competition policy is industrial policy, and you need look no further than the origins in the US, in the EU, as well as the applications of competition policy in pretty much every country of the world, of course, which now we know adds up to about 130 plus different competition authorities. So in my view, and we could talk more about this, obviously, in my view, competition policy is just a reflection of industrial policy, even in an ever-changing prospect.
Okay, yeah, you two agreed. Very good. Okay, so my next question is, how do we then think about the relationship between industrial policy and competition policy, if we can sort of agree to some extent that the two are difficult to demarcate? So should we think about forms of industrial policy that contravene antitrust policy, that are incompatible with it, that are neutral to it, some forms of industrial policy that bolster antitrust policy, or maybe the other way around? Whoever wants to take the question is welcome.
Okay, I'll try this. I think that one of the crucial questions is to make sure, first of all, I still think that there is in industrial policy a desire to change, first of all, to focus on growth and productivity, which is not the same focus in competition policy. And second, a desire to change the structure of reality through a government intervention, which is also going a bit beyond what competition law does. Now, I do agree that mergers are ex ante, but in general, ex post applies to antitrust. Now, when we think about the relationship between the two, I'm less sensitive than Don, for example, to the fact that competition policy is, I mean, I don't know what we mean by competition policy, but competition law enforcement doesn't seem to me to be particularly relevant to industrial policy. And I don't believe that decisions are made by competition authorities in any countries on the basis of an industrial policy project. But we can discuss that later on. But there's been a lot of concern about the question of whether industrial policy instruments can contravene competition policy, and whether one could reconcile. And this was, to a large extent, the origin of a tension that has existed between the two fields. And I don't know whether we are going to come back to this or not, but I would like to say that— Go ahead. Yes, we will.
No, you can go ahead now.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's fairly clear to me that, first of all, this is an era which has been understudied, and it's been understudied because the countries that have been most active in industrial policy, I would say, are the United States, but it pretended that industrial policy did not exist, so there was not in the debate much in the US. In Europe, it was seen as being wrongly against competition policy, so also there was no debate in Europe about this. So it's an era which has been understudied, but where I think that the procedures through which industrial policy are implemented can make a huge difference when it comes to the conformity of industrial policy to competition law. And there's always reference to the old type of national champion idea, which was clearly anti-competitive in the way it was conducted. But if we look at the Department of Defense in the US, the DARPA, and then the ARPA-E procedures, we can see that there are procedures to ensure, first of all, not to choose to pick winners, but rather to choose losers, in fact, to eliminate people as long, make search for new technologies, different strands competing with each other, having very strict protocols to eliminate those that did not meet the expectation, to have deep integration between the business community, academic, the researchers, and the government. And all this led to massive successes, I would say, whether it's the creation of the internet for coming directly from, whether it is SpaceX for the launchers, whether it is Tesla in the automobile sector, electric automobile, and all those, or whether it's Moderna for the more recent pharmaceutical examples. And all those came out of competing projects which were put on the table and saying, I'm exploring a technological change. I don't know exactly which technology is going to be successful. I'm going to try, I'm going to fund things as long as the business sector also decides that they are interested in the commercial exploitation of this if it becomes fruitful. Those procedures are procedures which are quite different from the EU procedures in terms of research and development, because the first thing in Europe is that we divide the amount of money between the countries, and so this is not the same principle, but which are compliant with the spirit of competition. So I think that this debate on instrument is very important.
I just want to go back to I guess the first thing Frederick said, which is the question of whether any competition authorities have employed industrial policy. I can give you quite a few examples in my personal experience. I'll just maybe limit it to China, for example. China, as we all know, now has a anti-monopoly law, 2008, 2009. It's structured in a way that reads very much like what we're all familiar with from mostly European terminology. And they have quite clearly exercised the power of that AML in the process of trying to affect industrial policy in positive ways for domestic industry and negative ways for others. And my primary example, which I don't have to go into a lot of detail on unless somebody wants me to, is the situation that I had at Qualcomm in 2015, where the NDRC, then enforcing the AML purposes of excessive pricing. By the way, that's in the AML. You can be prosecuted for excessive pricing, whatever that means. And by the way, whatever it means is whatever they choose to have it mean at any given moment. And they employed absolutely industrial policy to affect the royalty rates which Qualcomm was charging for its patent usage. And then, of course, on the merger side, we've talked about mergers quickly, but that too, industrial policy is quite apparent there. Again, from my own experience, I'll give you one example. Qualcomm was trying to acquire NXP for $40 billion. We had to notify someplace between 7 and 9 agencies around the world. Get back to a little bit of my irritation with how many competition agencies there are in the world. And we got approval very quickly from the US, from Europe, and from the rest of the world, except for China. And we waited 21 months before we decided to abandon that acquisition. Clearly, and there were lots of reasons why the Chinese government was resisting, and there are lots of reasons why they say they were resisting. But there's no question in my mind that that was a use and abuse of industrial policy. And I can give you Korean examples. I can give you US FTC examples, and hesitate to offend anybody, but I can give you EU examples as well.
Please, if you want to.
Well, in my opinion,
the EU ones. Especially
I'll
offend
start with
you.
the US because, you know, I might as well offend the US. In my opinion, first of all, we have too many antitrust agencies in the US. I would stick with the DOJ and limit the FTC. But the FTC is as we know, both agencies are political bodies. You can just look at our system and realize that the winds blow different ways depending upon the particular politics that control at any moment. Today was discussed earlier. We've got Lena Khan and an FTC that is quite aggressively going after what I think of as the old, and by the way, I go back a long time. So I started looking at this for IBM in the 1970s, but it goes way back before that, because I had to, my Bible when I walked into IBM was something called the 1956 Consent Decree, which each lawyer had to study and learn and operate under for the next 40 years. That's right, 40 years. And now we're going back to that era, I think, where, and I know I'm speaking just too broadly, but for simplicity's sake, bigness is bad. And we're going to do everything we can to try to limit so-called market power and so-called monopolies, and we're going to limit merger activity. And in our case, also applying what I saw as industrial policy in this sense, in the Federal Trade Commission action against Qualcomm. They were driven largely by, and this is an interesting fact, commercial interests that I would argue basically instrumentalized, as we used to say here in the EU, the FTC. And I can say very clearly, because the record is clear, that they were largely instructed by Apple, who also did not want to pay the price for the intellectual property rights that they were in need of from Qualcomm. And the history of that case, you don't have to take my word for it. The FTC filed their case in district court in San Jose, California. For those of you who don't know much about procedure in the US, the FTC could have filed that case, and it should have, according to every expert I've ever spoken to, as an administrative procedure, administrative court proceeding in the FTC, but they chose to file it in a district court, and they chose to file it in San Jose, California, which, as I said, they could have filed it in any state, in any district court they chose. And they clearly chose that because that was closest to their main participant in that case. And 3 days after the FTC filed, Apple filed a case against Qualcomm for similar offenses. The EU, I go back, as I said, to one of the, I think, major cases here in the EU, which was the I guess it was not called DG Comp, maybe it was. Maurice, you can remind me. DG4, yes. See, I didn't remember. DG4, and that was a case against IBM in the 1980s, which ultimately was settled, where IBM had to disclose various interface, as they called it, information, some technical information. And again, I think that was, now in my view, and you're experts more than I, the EU law in competition law is really, the foundation of that, I think, is more directed at creating that common union among the member states and making sure that member state trade was properly merged. So at a different origin than Sherman Act law, of course. But it was interesting to me because at the time, there wasn't a strong argument for applying that logic against IBM's practices, which, by the way, were largely complained about by US companies and to a large extent Japanese companies. I'm going to shut up in 2 seconds. Postscript to that case, which was settled in '84, I then got involved in a case that lasted for 12 years against Fujitsu and Hitachi, who had basically copied every line of operating code from the IBM software, and were therefore able to construct what were called plug-compatible mainframes. And one of the reasons the EU gave at the time was to permit that kind of competition among plug-compatible mainframes. Of course, they couldn't have done it had they not stolen the intellectual property, which they eventually had to pay for. I'm starting to wander because you opened the door for me, and I just start to. So I'll stop.
Yeah, that was great. So Wendy, so we've talked about. Angela, you wanted to speak?
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh. I was thinking because Dawn talked about US, EU. We mentioned China briefly, but perhaps since you're have an extensive experience on Chinese antitrust, you wrote a book about it, several articles. To me, the AML, at least for an untrained eye, seems like a relatively standard piece of antitrust legislation. But upon closer examination, how has it been used? Has it been used to advance industrial policy considerations? I think that a lot of people intuitively think that it has. Is that true?
On the one hand, the AML looks similar-ish to an EU law, for example. And when they were drafting it, they looked at the EU, Germany, a number of other countries. But the thing is, even on the text of the law itself, it tells you that it is a very different creature. The whole, I guess, philosophy or approach that they take is different. They say in the act itself that it is an economic tool. It's a tool to, supervise markets, and it's an economic tool to balance and coordinate competition policy, industrial policy, and other economic policies. And in the most recent round, well, the only round of revisions, they expressly refer to the leading role of the Chinese Communist Party in the anti-monopoly law itself. So the substantive sections look the same, but everything surrounding it tells you that you cannot look at the AML like it's any other competition law in other countries. So that's number one. And the other thing is that in the the enforcement of it, the competition regulator, whether it be the current one or the previous ones, they have to go and talk to other relevant regulators if they're, taking a case in a particular industry. And in order to move forward and make a decision, they have to harmonize all of these concerns. And in some situations, those concerns can be battered away and the competition authority can focus on addressing the competition issues. Whereas in other cases, the non-competition concerns will make their way, maybe not onto the text of the decision, but certainly influence the outcome, say in mergers, the remedies that may be requested or required of the parties that are undertaking the merger. So that's that question. Sorry, this is a bit long. And then the second part of the question was about is it used to forward industrial policy? And it certainly seems like it, right? Or at least industrial policy mandates influence how the agency sees its role in helping to carry out that industrial policy.
Angela, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, we're living in super interesting times right now. What is going on in terms of industrial policy and competition policy? And we should never, ever see the two policy domains in isolation from each other. We should never, ever isolate it from capitalist developments and the nature of capitalist competition that we're facing currently. Over the past 5 years, more than 100 states have adopted some form of industrial policy. So in addition to Made in China 2025, which is like a giant industrial policy program, Make America Great Again, which is also part of industrial strategy, Make in India, like invite investors, come and produce in India, is an industrial policy program. The more than 90%, the countries that have adopted industrial policy represent more than 90% of global GDP at the moment. And the European Union has responded to this as well. In 2014, there was the communication by the European Commission about the European industrial renaissance, which was sort of an alarm signal of, in Europe, there's a declining share of the manufacturing base of GDP. We see Chinese manufacturers catching up in the export of high value added production. There's a growing trade deficit of Europe vis-a-vis China. And so you see this bolstering of industrial policy projects. I looked at several individual ones. It comes with a strong internal devaluation component, devaluing labor. It has, initially, it was more like we have to fortify capitalist competition, also as a way to reduce prices for export and follow an export-led strategy. I can tell you all the details about that, but I will spare you the nitty-gritty details of how this has become institutionalized. We see several sort of a Steel Act. We have smart specialization. We have like gazillions of programs. There's also Invest EU. It's like come and invest into the EU. It's not the EU that does invest. And maybe I should just quickly say a couple of things about how the European Union industrial policy is being financed, because the European Union cannot run a deficit, it cannot have debt. So what we see is that the EU budget is being used as a guarantee for the financial sector, the bloated financial sector, if you like, to channel the investment away from the speculative circulation sphere into the real production sphere by offering guarantees, all sorts of financial means, leverage, socializing the risks, while still having the rewards, the profits privatized. So it's there where we see a lot of industrial policy elements. The European Union, for example, at the moment adopts more than 36 different financial instruments, gimmicks, that seek to channel finance capital into actual production. And we do have to see this in this geopolitical context. We have to see it in the geopolitical context of the Inflation Reduction Act that has been adopted by Biden, where Ursula von der Leyen at the World Economic Forum in Davos in January has responded by, we're going to gear up as well, because the Inflation Reduction Act has selected a couple of industries, whether it's wind turbines, solar panels, electrolytes, sort of underground CO2 storage, sort of the green tech industries that do receive subsidies, loan guarantees, tax concessions, whenever they source or manufacture more than 50% of their production in the United States, or in one of the partners where the United States has a free trade agreement. And now the response of the European Union is the Green Deal Industrial Policy Plan, which is for exactly the same industries. Again, tax concessions, lots of guarantees. And here comes in competition policy. State aid is being amended at the moment. So there's a temporary waiver and an exemption for these industries until 2025. The Industrial Reduction, Inflation Reduction Act of the United States is lasting for 10 years. So we only have 2 years of the temporary waiver for state aid. But then again, it's not going to be state aid. That is not, except from maybe France or Germany that have like really, really deep pockets, and 80% of the state aid that has been issued and granted by the European Commission over the past year has been done by France and Germany. And then in addition, the European Commission has adopted the Sovereignty Fund, which should help the other member states to also gear up their state aid. So there's a lot going on at the moment. It's massively how sort of the neoliberal, this notion of efficiency and consumer welfare, price competition is now being put back into a broader context of serving, sort of making Europe great again, decoupling global value chains. This is what we're witnessing right now. This rhetoric of we have to source closer to home. The open strategic autonomy is another concept that the strategic autonomy, selecting certain industries, and we're going to see more of that eventually. And how can we explain that? Because we have to look at the power configurations that are driving that. It's not the competition people as you were sitting here. There's like bigger sort of power relations that we have to take into account. Ursula von der Leyen over the past year has had 17 meetings with business associations. 8 of them were with the European Roundtable of Industrialists. If you look at the different fractions within the captains of industry, talking about 50 CEOs having specialized access to the European Commission, it is the oil and gas, the energy sector, it's the cement industry, it is the car industry, it's actually the brown industries that are pushing for relaxation of state aid and opening up the tap. It is the CO2 intensive emission-oriented fractions of capital that are pushing for this. And they come a far end. If you look at Thierry Breton, I mean, he's been traveling to 5 different member states recently, just over the past couple of months, in order to convince them, yes, we do have to relax state aid rules. Vestager might be still sort of surrounded by the sort of we have to ensure consumer welfare type of logics. But Ursula von der Leyen is pushing a different agenda in terms of allocating different forces in response to the United States, in response to China, and the more sort of the neo-mercantilist strategies that are being adopted all over the world. I think I've talked a lot, but I think that's the juicy part of analyzing what is going on in recent developments against capitalist development. And I have another element to add to that, but I will wait.
Okay.
Bear with me.
Fred, I saw you wanted to say something.
Yes, I wanted to, first of all, I agree with all the description which has been done of the development of industrial policy. I just wanted to put it a little bit in context, because at least seen from a European standpoint and from the OECD standpoint, it seems to me that there have been a number of issues, some of which have been referred to earlier this morning, starting with 2008 and the idea that perfectly competitive markets could fail, the banking market, the real estate market, followed by the technological changes and exogenous shocks such as the COVID crisis, have all led to the idea that relying entirely on competitive markets at the global level was maybe not the ideal. I mean, it was exposing at least countries to weaknesses, and that as a result, there had to be a rebalancing, and the state had to be more interventionist in their rebalancing of the economy. And with this came the rise in industrial policy that we've been talking about. I mentioned this because it's always been clear to me. I mean, of course, there's also the technological competition with China, which has accelerated this. But it's clear to me that competition between nation states, when it becomes very active, reduce competition between firms on markets. And that is because the way nation states compete is by using sets of instruments, some of which are completely protectionist and anti-competitive, and prevent firms, in fact, from competing on international markets. And I think that this is what we see. And of course, the weakness of those instruments is that they can be replicated by others. And then you have an edifice of restrictive measures. So industrial policy is making a comeback very clearly. And that's why I think it's particularly important, and of course in Europe, since 2019, if I remember well, digital and sustainability are the objective. So we have to think about how to make sure that this movement is as little distorting of competition as possible. That's where the interface between industrial policy and competition policy comes in. So there are initiatives. One of them, for example, at the OECD level, is pushing the idea of competitive neutrality, as saying, you know, we know that subsidies are going to be granted, okay, but all subsidies are not as distorting of competition as others, and therefore trying to promote a protocol of competitive neutrality would allow a certain amount of subsidy for industrial policy purposes, which would not at the same time contradict the competition principles. But in all those movements, I'm still not convinced that if we come from competition policy to competition law enforcement, that competition law enforcement has been made different by ideas about promoting some sectors to the detriment of others. I mean, I heard what you said about the EU in the Fujitsu Hitachi IBM case, but I don't see what was the industrial policy interest of the EU to favor Japanese firms over a US firm. So it's not clear to me. It may have been a misguided decision, I agree, but every misguided decision is not necessarily an industrial policy decision. So that's what I want to say.
Yeah. I mean, a more fundamental question, and this responds to the previous panels that we had before, is whether capitalist competition is something worth striving for. And I haven't heard anybody talking about what capitalist competition is in essence. And capitalism has been used as a sort of synonym to market economies and the market failures. But if we really want to talk about capitalism, we have to disentangle what capitalism is and what capitalist competition is. And within capitalism, competition is essentially antagonistic social relation. It pits capital against capital, capital against labor, and labor against labor. So, and essentially, if we're thinking about, I mean, there's been a lot of an endorsement of consumer welfare, efficiency, which is nothing else than price competition at the end of the day. I mean, we had a keynote this morning, and it was said that we have to protect the most vulnerable consumers. I mean, this consumer welfare rhetoric, and I really have to get into that. I think it's important to just give a different position on this. It homogenizes society into consumers only, but you need to have a job first before you can consume. Competition policy, capitalist competition, is essentially depreciating, devaluing labor. If we do not bring in labor, the exploitation of labor into the equation, the same as bringing in nature into the equation, because capitalism proceeds by accumulating capital through the exploitation of labor and nature. We have planetary boundaries, so we have to think in totally different realms than bloody consumer welfare. This is a reductionist travesty. It's so fundamentally problematic. I mean, we look at the times we're in, and competition practitioners still endorse consumer welfare. I mean, we seriously have a lot of other problems to solve. We have major social inequalities, and capitalism reinforces these inequalities. I think this would be part of a discussion that we have to lead. And I see that you're gearing up, so I'm curious.
No,
so we have to
spice
it up a bit.
If I may. So first, I'll start by saying I am a committed capitalist. And I am not going to spend a lot of time now debating with you about why I believe in capitalism versus Marxism or other
Marxism
theories.
it's not a system.
I understand.
Very quickly, because I don't think that we're talking about the same sort of understanding what capitalism is. We as human, we have to produce in order to survive. We need shelter, we need food, we are material, we have material needs. We do not produce in isolation, we do this as a collective. How we organize production over time and space changes and leads to social power relations. The majority of the people has to sell the labor force, whereas the minority owns the means of production. This is a social inequality that comes with capitalism. We're not talking about market economies. Competition law is a fictitious equalizer. It makes equals of companies that aren't equals. It disregards labor, the inequalities between capital and labor. And we have to understand that. And especially right now, because we're living in a time that is where we see rentier's capitalism thriving. So not the actual production, but absorbing rent through the ownership or control of certain assets, whether it is platform economies, whether it's the financial sector that thrives because of rent, whether it is gaining monopoly rent by taking over other companies through mergers and acquisitions, gaining access to patents, to goodwill, all sorts of different property rights that generate an income stream that isn't creating new jobs. It's not geared towards the actual real production. So we're living in a time where we see that companies are not investing in research and development, where a lot of dividends are being paid out to shareholders. Just in the Netherlands over the past 20 years, shareholder remuneration has increased with 500%. Companies got indebted to engage in share buybacks. So, and at the same time, we have industrial policy, public money that is being channeled into for companies to invest, to facilitate what different forms of new production, whereas they're sitting on a lot of profits in many cases. So we have to address these contradictions and inequalities that are being reproduced. I mean, it's my taxpayers' money that is being channeled into industrial production in the name of competition policy as well. And now you can.
No, I'll. If I can just jump in for a second, we have about 10-15 minutes before opening up the panel for questions. So just going back for a second to industrial policy, can we talk about a sort of taxonomy of the type of industrial policy that is compatible with competition policy versus that which isn't? Or perhaps we can talk about the main benefits of risks or of incorporating industrial policy arguments into deciding competition policy cases, either as exemptions or as objectives.
I mean, from my experience, it seems to me that there are clearly, and I don't think that we have to spend a lot of time on this, ways or practices of industrial policy that may lead to a reduction in competition, going from picking the winners and subsidizing them and creating artificial protection in the hope that this will lead the national champion to develop enough scale to become more productive. So we know that those methods are not very effective, but they are very destructive of competition. But on the other side, I would say that to make competition law enforcement more compatible with industrial policy, we have a huge area of research, which is the relationship between innovation and competition. And I've heard this morning several times that it was obvious that competition leads to innovation. Well, it's not as obvious as one says. First of all, it can go both ways. Second, it is, I mean, one of the recent discovery by Aguillon is the U-curve between competition and innovation. My only problem with this is that I was taught the U-curve in 1972 by Max Scherer, and since then I don't see that there's been much progress in thinking about it. So competition authorities are not very good. They don't have a good instrument. They don't have a good methodology. When they see mergers, for example, to understand which mergers are likely to lead to innovation that may increase productivity and therefore be consistent with industrial policy. It's not entirely their fault because the economic profession has really not focused as much as I would hope they would on this, but this is an area that could facilitate the dialogue between industrial policy and competition policy.
Excellent. Don, in your experience, you've dealt, as you said, with pretty much every competition authority around the world. Can you tell us what you think the main benefits or the risks are when it comes to that sort of tenuous link? Well, I mean, the sort of relationship between competition policy and industrial policy, are there any clear benefits to considering and industrial policy in competition policy, or any clear risks for that matter?
Well, you can employ industrial policy in many different ways. So certainly, yeah, as I've said, industrial policy often drives competition policy. And it's been used both, in my opinion, negatively and positively, depends on the observer, I suppose. But I can think of examples if I'm given a minute, where use of industrial policy as applied to competition prosecutions, I guess, was well-founded. I guess what I would say is, I'm not sure where exactly you wanted to go with this, but it seems to me that competition policy can be employed very effectively, but it ought to be employed much more selectively than it is. And that's true, not just on a substantive basis, but as a practical matter. Probably every competition case that I've been involved in has gone on for way too long. And in some cases, more than I'd like to admit, it's gone on so long that it makes no sense any longer, if it ever did, because the industry has either changed for the better or for the worse, and you're in a whole different environment. But also the resources that are expended, the wastefulness is counterintuitive and counterproductive. So what I would urge, and I have urged competition agencies to do all over the world, is be very selective. Also, one of the things that really bothers me, we talked before about the influence of big companies and lobbying efforts, but you got to look at the other side of that. I've seen over and over again, I alluded to it before, where industry, specific parts of industry, are driving competition agencies. So you'll get particular companies coming in, being concerned about one of their competitors, or being concerned about being charged for intellectual property or something else, and they'll complain to an agency, and the agency will then start investigating. And by the time they get around to challenging directly and hearing from the target, they've accepted a narrative that is hard to overcome. You don't get your opportunity in the early stages to be able to say, there's another side to this story, let us share it with you. And I think that too prolongs the process, as I say, in a very unproductive way. So I would urge competition agencies, as I have, to think about that and be more selective.
Okay. Excellent. So we have 25 minutes for questions from the audience. If anybody wants to comment, question, anything, now's your chance. Yeah, Jeff.
Yeah. I don't think there was any discussion of national security, or at least not directly. And I can't remember exactly when this was raised, maybe even just in the last question, the sort of well, actually, let me back up and ask the panelists. I actually am not sure what you think of industrial policy. And I think it's hard, some of the, I think Angela's definition and is so broad as to you're just describing what the government does. It's not really very helpful in if we need a different term, that's fine. But I think if we're talking about industrial policy, we can't just be talking about literally everything the government does, then it's not very interesting. So there's just something else. There's something that's not the same as macro policy, for example. And it's hard for me to tell if, Fred, for example, it's hard for me to tell if you're sort of in favor of it. I mean, if industrial policy is the same thing as competition policy, then no one's against it. I mean, we're all in favor of competition policy. I'd like to hear more about sort of, I think this was what Lazar was maybe getting at with the last question. When is it good? When is it bad? And that's why I raised national security. I think you can't avoid situations where, I mean, if you want to give your government the power to secure its borders, you sort of can't avoid situations where there's some conflict between that desire and competition or other objectives you might want. And it always, of course, because of necessary secrecy, it can become a justification for everything. Sort of like the inherent problem of industrial policy. But I think we would all agree there's a place for that. There's a place for that. No one would say, well, we keep national security out of all government decisions, right? But so I guess that's where I'm left after listening to the panel is, do we think it's a good thing or a bad thing? I know Don's experience with what I think he aptly describes as industrial policy in China is it's a pretty bad thing. I don't even really think it's good for the Chinese ultimately, but it's certainly not. Maybe. I mean, yes, they are getting free access to intellectual property or cheap access to intellectual property, but it's but in the long run, okay, well, whatever. It's certainly bad for others. And seems somehow different than what we would normally think of as competition policy. So anyway, I'd like to hear
Well, yeah.
Well,
Thank you. Jeff, since you raised the Chinese aspect, I think it's not necessarily, it depends, right? Sometimes industrial policy and being expressly like engaging with it can help the competition agency actually do its job. So at least in China, in certain industries, there's been a lot of resistance to the competition agency of carrying out its mandate. It comes up against resistance from industrial regulators, SOEs, etc. So they'll pull together, and then all those dynamics constrain the application of competition law. And sometimes by kind of expressly placing your enforcement of or action, etc., into that broader industrial policy context, then it can actually help to overcome some of these barriers and actually help you do the job. But at the same time, if you do expressly try and engage in this more political dynamic, well, the other thing is like it can also bite you back. So, for example, they've been, for the past couple of years, they've been clamping down on the big tech sector, and competition policy has thrived. There's been so many cases, it's difficult to keep track of, etc. So that actually broke down a lot of the constraints that the agency had faced, including pushing through legislative and regulatory reform, right? So that has been facilitating. But I can also see the pendulum move the other way and then slowly start to constrain the agency again. But I think the agency still is left in a slightly better position because it was able to push through some of the reforms, et cetera, that it wanted. But it is this balancing, like how much do you engage with the beast? You don't sound convinced.
If I understood well, the question is, do you like cholesterol? So there's good cholesterol and there's bad cholesterol. To start by the positive thing, I am immensely thankful to industrial policy for have provided the Moderna vaccine. Moderna developed the vaccine out of a set of 4 possible vaccine, which were subsidized by the US government to try to see which one would work best, and Moderna was one of them. I'm very thankful to the US for having developed SpaceX and launchers, because I think that it increases our knowledge. I came by plane, so I'm particularly thankful for the development of the jet engine, which also was the result of industrial policy in the US. Talking to the Frenchman, I think that nuclear power is something that may help us a little bit in the area of trying to have a more sustainable environment, and that also came. What I don't like in industrial policy, to go to the negative thing, is the industrial policy that relies on eliminating the competitive force to try to get the result that it's looking for, because I think that's counterproductive. That ruins competition, but also that weakens, in fact, the possibility of having a successful development. Is there a scope, a space between competition, aside from competition for industrial policy? Seems to me clear that there are market failures that exist. I mean, we've talked about those this morning, that there are externalities, that when you have a COVID crisis, for example, the fact that you don't have a vaccine means that more people are going to get it and more people are going to die, and that you can't wait at that point to develop something if you haven't started developing it before. Okay, so markets go slowly in some cases, so there is a need to speed up and that when there are technological changes, markets are going to be too slow in many cases to do. So there's a scope for industrial policy, but it has to be done intelligently.
Right.
No, you ask whether industrial policy was.
Further and asking sort of the question in the panel's title. I mean, what you're describing is government policy. Sure, yeah, there's all, of course. I mean, we all think we should have a government. I think the more interesting question here is whether we should use competition policy at the possible cost of whatever benefits we could otherwise get from competition policy to affect industrial policy, not least when there are plenty of direct interventions we could employ. And so the question becomes, is there any form of competition policy as industrial policy that you would support?
First of all, there are minor applications. One of them is public procurement, for example, which is a huge part of industrial policy. But competitive public procurement indeed help separate the promising strands from the others. The second part, I would say, is something I already asked. I say, as soon as we understand clearly, or more clearly than we do, the relationship between competition and innovation, then competition law enforcement can be much more useful for industrial policy than it has been so far.
I think that's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I was going to say earlier that we've kind of lost track here because it's not a question of is competition, the way competition policy is practiced, is that the right way or the wrong way, or what should we be doing? Should we go back to the whole notion of consumer welfare as the key, economics as the key, because we've drifted away from that, I think, to some extent. I think we must acknowledge that there's no question that antitrust competition policy reflects in industrial policy. We can't deny that. So if we accept that fact, then yes, there's got to be ways of employing industrial policy in a competition law context, which will not violate the strictures that I think need to be followed carefully when enforcing competition law. And I think we have not succeeded in many places in doing that, or at least we, meaning various applications in various countries. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's the focus that we ought to be engaging on.
So I don't know if there are other questions, but I want to follow up while someone else is deciding whether to ask a question.
We have a question from Filippo over there, but yeah.
Really quickly, is there an aspect, is there anything other than prosecutorial discretion that would sort of fit that bill? I mean, so obviously prosecutorial discretion could be an instantiation of industrial policy, but can you think of a context in which you would go beyond that? You would say, yes, decide this case against sort of your pro-consumer welfare instincts because it effectuates some industrial policy.
Yeah, well, look, you mentioned it before. I can see, for example, national security concerns playing a role there. Yes, prosecutorial discretion, of course, that's kind of what I was alluding to before about being more selective. Yeah, I just I think we can try to be careful about expanding the notion. I think we have to stop thinking about selecting winners and losers and allow the competitive process to progress and the free market to basically be the guidepost, if you will. And rather than a philosophy that feels the government has to always be regulating conduct. But that's a philosophical discussion, I guess.
Okay, well, I'll keep it very brief, but I would like to respond to your first question. And I fully get your frustration with expanding the concept of industrial policy too broadly and also include any form of macroeconomic policy. I share that with you. But then again, I mean, we have to think out of the box. If we look at quantitative easing, we look at the ECB, the Fed, the Bank of England, the Bank of Switzerland. I mean, they've almost quadrupled their balance sheet in terms of quantitative easing. Quantitative easing is not considered state aid, but a lot of financial banks, financial institutions have been freed from their junk bonds that they've accumulated through quantitative easing. We have seen, I mean, there's even the Financial Times has talked about zombie companies that are being kept artificially alive because our central banks have purchased bonds, corporate bonds on the primary markets, not on the secondary markets. So, and that's also state aid. So that's why I think like it is industrial policy. We have to think broader. I get your frustration, but then again, if we think narrowly, we would disregard what's happening in a monetary policy, for example. So I was brief.
Thank you. Filippo and then Cento.
I wanted to build in the second discussion that I had that I thought was really interesting. So basically, I see three ways through which you can integrate industrial policy into competition policy. I think the first is what you were discussing, which is basically prosectorial discretion, right? I'm not going to challenge this merger, I'm not going to challenge this conduct because I have full discretion to do so. The second way, which many countries around the world actually have, is by integrating some form of public interest exemption into merger review. And that's something that you have in Germany, have in other countries. It's actually grown a lot over the past many decades. And that's something to say, I know this is bad, but I give the Ministry of Industry or something a free pass, like a get out of jail free card from Monopoly or something like this, and say, you're such an important area that we're going to allow you to get out. And the third way, which also happens a lot around the world, is by fully exempting some sectors from the application of antitrust laws altogether. And then just saying like, okay, I don't know, insurance industry, antitrust law doesn't apply here. We're going to talk about something else. Can you identify, and from your experience, from anything else, is any of the three better or worse for antitrust enforcement and for industrial policy itself? And how would you go about thinking about the selection of either of the three? Like, what are the strengths and weaknesses in particular cases? I'd love to hear your opinion about it, and how do you see this distinction?
Yeah, you reminded me when I was trying to think of the positive application there. There are, in the US, exceptions to the application, as you said, insurance, baseball, exceptions to antitrust policy practices. And I've been urging US enforcers to consider more of a global perspective when they're thinking about enforcing or trying to enforce what they believe are our competition laws against industry leaders in particular. We seem to be of two minds in the US at the moment. We've got an administration that is very much focused on its concerns about China. Sorry to keep bringing up China, but that's pretty prevalent here. And so they're taking all kinds of steps from a national security perspective, from a commerce and trade perspective, to try to both limit China's development, if you will, and enhance the US's position. On the other hand, the antitrust agencies continue to operate as if they live in a world where there isn't a global economy that we're dealing with. We don't have to worry about the rest of the world. We simply have to look at what's going on in the US and act as if it's 1890 again. And bust the trusts. It doesn't make any sense in the context of a globalized world. And so that's one of the areas where I think you can be cautious, selective, but also consistent with a philosophy that's political, geopolitical in this case, and is clearly, I think one can characterize it as part of the industrial policy process.
If any of you want to respond, let's try to keep it brief because we have another question and only 5 minutes. Okay.
I'll be short. The easiest one is obviously the third option, just exempt the entire industry. It's clear, everyone knows what's going on, right? Is it the best one? Probably not. The second one, which is where there are particular decisions made, you have to hopefully have a decision now to say on the base, to justify the basis upon which a public interest exception or any other exception in the act, whether it be for mergers, cartels, all that type of stuff. At least you have to do a explicit balancing exercise and justify why you have to do it. And then finally, with prosecutorial discretion, that's the most unclear. It is probably also the most apt to change depending on who is making the decision, who is leading the authority, etc. And from a accountability perspective, also probably the least satisfactory one, but obviously exists. That's it.
Go ahead, Fred.
Just very rapidly, I think that of the three possibilities you mentioned, the most troubling for me is the second one. And the reason for that is that the judgment you can pass on possible efficiencies that would counteract depend very much on the time frame of your analysis. And there's no rhyme, no reason when you look at decisions on what is the time frame that competition authority is going to use. So depending on whether they want to be severe or not severe, they will use different time frames, which is non-predictable and is a discrimination. And so I think thinking about or having a protocol for competition authorities to be clear about what is the time frame of their analysis would do a great deal of good to try to normalize their decisions.
Cento, I believe you have a question.
Yeah, I just want to, I don't know if it's a response or make some comments on Angela's disquisition on capitalist economies. I'm not sure that anyone used the word capitalist this morning. But what we're really talking about is a market economy and a free market economy. And I mean, you painted quite a polarized version of capitalism is about non-cooperation, but I just find that it obviously takes us out of the bounds of this industrial policy issue. But if we have an economy where the state is responsible for 40% of economic activity and financial activity, can we call that a capitalist economy? If the state is constantly interfering through monetary policy, can we call that a capitalist economy? Is that not a state economy?
No, it isn't.
And is the service industry, which is one of the major growth industries, are they capitalists? Do they have capital, or do they have intellectual capital? I suppose that's a euphemism for brain power. I just find that sort of the way you've tried to polarize the situation doesn't.
No, it's not polarizing. It's just the way it is. I mean, a market economy is a euphemism that disregards inequality that is being produced. I mean, if you sell your labor, you're not entitled. The what?
Social welfare state.
Yeah, but that all goes together within. It's still a capitalist economy. The state can be capitalist itself. It can exploit labor and nature. So we do have state capitalist forms. We do have sovereign wealth funds. It doesn't change the system whether you have a more active state or not. It still is capitalist.
What's the alternative? China?
China is capitalist. It's profoundly capitalist. More state.
Party state capitalist.
It is absolutely. I mean, I am happy to provide you with some literature what capitalism is, and that it should not be conflated with market economies.
I think that would be,
even if it hurts, but it is the way it is.
We will do a book recommendation exchange during the drinks. Right now, we have to give way to our crowning event, which is a debate between Giorgio Monti and Nicolas Petit, which will start in 5 minutes. So if you need to go to the bathroom or anything, we reconvene at 20 past.
I do realize it's the very last panel of the day, and I'm pretty sure you've seen the word champagne on the program. So I know you're all excited, but my job is to convince you that this session is better than champagne. I know it's hard, but I'll try my best. I'm joined by two great academic, didn't prepare any bio, but to make it short, Giorgio on my left, but is your right, so there is no political statement here, is a professor of competition law at Tilburg University in the Netherlands, and Nicola is a professor of competition law at the EUI in Italy, where Giorgio was prior to Nicola. Anyway, long story short, and my name is Thibaut Schreppel. I'm an associate professor at the VU University Amsterdam. All right, a couple of things. So my job will be to make this panel as dynamic as possible. So we have quite a few segments. You'll be asked to vote in a minute, so get the smartphone ready. And then I have prepared some surprise questions for my two guests over here. They have no idea what those questions are all about, so this should make it interesting. Before we start, I have to confess that there is one thing that I hate, and that is when the moderators actually take the floor and monopolize the panel. So what I tried on my way here yesterday on the plane is to get ready for the panel and to prepare a very short introduction. And then I realized that it wouldn't be fair to all of you if I was not at the very least to share in 2 minutes what are my thoughts on the subject, so that when I ask them question and react, you know where I'm coming from. So I'll do that in just 2 minutes. I think we are living throughout what I will call a constitutional moment in antitrust. And what I mean by that is that we are, I would argue, creating a new underlying layer on top of which we will put new enforcement policies and potentially broader policies in the years to come. And I think this is a defining moment, and it has to be taken seriously. If you look at the literature, there are quite a few subjects that are being discussed, whether or not antitrust should take sustainability into account. This was one of the panel. Industrial policy, the panel before ours. Digital sovereignty, worker rights, privacy. In the United States, you will read about anti-racism and antitrust. There is a desire to protect democracy or plurality of the press, small businesses, LGBTQ+, and so on and so forth. Now, what you often read, if you read this literature, and this is to some degree what we've heard today, is that not taking those objectives into account equals hurting and reducing the underlying rights, right? So there is a clear causation as established in the literature. I'm not sure if that is there, but this is what you read about. And the corollary of that is that taking those objectives into account and making indeed antitrust broader and taking social goals into account equals maximizing the underlying rights, right? So maximizing the right of workers and so on and so forth. What is rarely discussed, and in my opinion, even less so clearly addressed with clear solution, because I think it's uncomfortable, is the following. First, is it effective in reaching those goals? And second, if effective, what are the trade-offs between those objectives and consumer welfare? I would have loved to ask one of the panel today, would you prefer to protect the poor or the environment? And it's a political choice. And also the trade-offs between those objectives, right? If you have to protect some businesses because it's implemented by some minorities, but it's also bad for the planet, which one would you choose? Now, in any case, despite the lack of answer regarding those trade-offs and the effectiveness of those policies, I think we all agree that it's coming, right? And to some degree, I could list already what's happening in the EU, in Japan, in the United States. Some of those policies are being implemented as we speak. So the approach we'll be taking on this panel is first to discuss whether or not we should do it, but then we will also discuss how to do it, right? Now, to be brief, I have a proposal that I would like to put on the table, and this is something that I would like to call the proof of vigilance. What I mean by that is a mechanism to ensure that we document the effects of those new policies and adapt the regulation and the experimentations along with the effect that we see on the market. I think there are 3 stages for that. The first might be to expect experimentalism, There are numerous ways you can use. You could use agent-based modeling. You could do lab experiments. The work of Vernon Smith, I think, is very helpful. You could also experiment in the real life, right? If you do that, you want to clearly define the objective. When you say to protect the right of workers, what do you mean and how do you measure that? And I think it's a very interesting discussion. And then, of course, you want to have some sensors on the market and get as much data as possible. If you're not doing that, in 10 years, we can organize the same conference with the ideological stance and no empirical evidence. So that's step one. Step two, you make all that public, right? So you may want to make the data and the process public so that people can judge and also research and see whether or not this is effective. And stage three might be that you, in my opinion, have to have the willingness as an agency to pivot very quickly. And there I could see different levels of reaction to what's happening and what the data is showing. It could be to raise flags, whether or not this policy is working, to another degree, which is I abandon the policy. You know what, antitrust doesn't work to protect the right of workers, right? So we have to do it differently. Now, if you want to do that, you may want to talk about institutional design, and I will stop there. I just want to say that legally, it is feasible for agencies to implement such experimentation. The rights are there. They have the discretion that they may need to actually implement those policies. Now, who should be in charge of implementing those policies and experimentations? I think that's a different one. If you want to talk about labor, you may want some social scientists and not just competition lawyers. If you want to protect sustainability, you may want to hire biologists and ecologists within competition agencies, and so on and so forth, which of course is very costly. So at some point we can have to put the money on the table, right? And say, how much? Is it worth it? And for that, the sensors to be effective, you want data, computer scientists, econ, and lawyers. And if you've been working with those groups, you know it's hard, right? Because we don't have the same incentives. So that's what I wanted to say. And that's my take on the subject, try to be as empirical as possible. So now you know that I'm biased towards empirical evidence, which will inform some of my questions. Now, before we start, we want to know what you think of the question, knowing that it won't be as clear as possible. So the point of the question, and if you take a picture of the QR code, or if you go on the website, slido.com, you enter the event code ICLE, you will get to the question. The question is the following: should antitrust pursue broader goals than consumer welfare, which is the theme of this panel? And it's not a referendum. It will be, I think, harder than what you expect. And it's not that Nicola would say yes or no, and Giorgio would say the opposite, right? So don't take it personally. I will also ask you the very same question toward the end of the panel and see if indeed we managed or they managed to change people's minds in one direction or the other. So I'll just give you a minute. I've made it so that you can see the results of people voting. In the meantime, Nicola will sing a song. So we have the... Okay, I see 21, 23 people voting. For now, it's pretty much 50-50. I'll come back to the results in a minute. But again, the QR code will lead you to the websites. And I will be asking the same question in about 30 minutes to an hour. All right, I stop here. Part one of the discussion is, again, what should antitrust be all about? We have about 20 minutes for that. I asked them to answer me with short answers so that, again, we keep it very dynamic. I will start with you, Nicola. The first question is the following. How do you personally approach the question in a way that is scientific, as opposed to expressing your opinion based on political, education? So what's your method, again, addressing the question whether or not antitrust should broaden and whether or not we should take more social objectives into account?
Okay, so I try to keep three guidelines in mind. Guideline number one, get the cause-effects relationship right. So we understand that competition forms structural relations with other public interests. Increases in levels of rivalry have different impacts on other public interests. And so you want to invest into knowledge making in the first place. You want to understand, how antitrust and economic and market power regulation impacts other public interest variables, okay? So for that, you need to have a clearly defined dependent variable, the public interest, clearly defined, that corresponds to a target for policymaking. For instance, when you talk about sustainability, are you talking about the big goal of long-term preservation of natural resources, Are you talking about the intermediate target of reduction of CO2 emissions, or the even more intermediate targets of increasing renewables sources? So that's tricky. The relationship should not be assumed between rivalry and the public interest. That's tricky. It's not necessarily linear. It's not necessarily continuous. It's not necessarily positive or negative. For instance, rivalry leading to increased output does not align with a sustainability agenda that tries to limit the output produced on the planet. So if you are a degrowth-minded person, you should not tolerate or accept or promote increases in competition enforcement. You should be against that. You should be in favor of monopoly as a social model. Second guideline, are the means good for the ends? Okay, so in the real world, firms might not compete on privacy. Okay, or to put differently, day-to-day market competition may mean less privacy because the competition is a race to the bottom. And if you define improved privacy as your end ideal state of the world, maybe the means are either less competition enforcement, imposition of privacy in the preference function of businesses, like ESG disclosure requirements, or a privacy mandate like the GDPR. None of these implies more antitrust enforcement or more market power regulation, just the opposite. So you need to be very clear about what you're trying to address. And the third one, I'll be very short here, integration of public policy targets, public interest targets is all about choice. You can't do everything. There's opportunity cost to policymaking. Okay, and the second reason is the more you add public interests into the preference function of policymakers, the more you increase the harms from valuational biases. So these are the three guidelines I try to stick to.
Thanks a lot. Giorgio, same question. So again, how do you approach the question, the subject of this panel, from a scientific way? So what's your methods?
Sure. Okay, I'll give a mundane answer as a lawyer. I look at the relevant laws. As somebody said before, if you look at Article 1 of the Chinese competition law, you have a different take than if you look at Indonesian, than if you look at European. When you look at the US and the EU, the problem is that primary law isn't very helpful because it's very open textured. And so rather than relying on what people in the room tell me, I need to look at what the Court of Justice tells us. But even there, the Court of Justice isn't particularly helpful because it gives very open-ended readings, right? So Telia Sonera, the public good, Post-Denmark 1, the as efficient competitor and consumer welfare. So you don't get much of a clear message there. But the court also said in Master Foods that it's for the Commission to determine the competition policy. And so then you can look at how the Commission does it. And I mention this because I think it's important to look at the fact that the Commission is influenced historically by a number of exogenous and endogenous factors. Who is the Commissioner? What is the current composition of the Commission? What is the current political climate? What is the current economy? If you look at the competition policy reports in the 70s, we have an oil crisis. We need competition law to rescue firms because of an oil crisis. You look at the competition policy reports in the late 1990s, and it's a period of great stability. We need to protect consumer welfare. You look today, fairness. So I think there's some work out there which tries to gauge what is competition policy about empirically by just taking a lot of data and putting all that data together and say, what do people say? What are the keywords that different people are saying? But that's very acontextual. And you need to, first of all, realize who has the power to say something about what it is. It is the Commission. The Court of Justice can check. And then, when do they say it? That's sort of the lawyer's boring answer. As an economist, you might have a different criteria. You say, first of all, competition law is just about prohibition. It prohibits certain conduct. So it's not got a lot of power. It can just say no to some things that it doesn't like. And then you might look at the Tinbergen rule. One agency per policy. Don't have two policies in the heads of one agency. So make sure that agency does the job that it has a comparative advantage in doing. If you dilute that agency by balancing competing objectives, you lose the core mission. And then from there, an economist would say there is a risk to accountability, and therefore, we have a problem. And all of this boils down to the fact that another way of thinking about the objectives of competition policy is not so much what should they achieve, but what competition law does. And so if competition law is about deterrence, then it should deter undesirable conduct. And that already narrows down a little bit the scope of what you can do. You made a long shopping list, but how much of that shopping list can be achieved if all that the law does is deter certain conduct which it feels is undesirable?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I like the framework very much. I'll go again to you, Nicolas. So now my question is, which objectives you think should be better integrated into antitrust rules and standards? And again, I'm not asking, specifically about Europe or the US. You may want to specify that in the answer. But so again, which ones, whether on the list or elsewhere, should be better?
Yeah, so, okay, so as Georgia was saying, I understand this is a debate, but I have the right to agree. As Georgia said, we have compasses as lawyers, and I think this discussion first and foremost is very context dependent. The US legal system and the EU legal system are extremely different. The US is built on a system of absolute faith in economic competition as the main provider of social welfare, and the EU has a regime that considers that cooperation, not competition, should have more power over issues of social and public policy. And the proliferation of exceptions in Article 101, ancillary restraints, rule of reason, Wouters, Article 101.3, and so on and so forth, is just the best proof of this. So, we have these legal rules. The institutions are very different, very private enforcement, adversarial in the US, much more technocratic and regulatory in the EU. So that tells you that, there's probably more, openness to public interest integration in the EU compared to the US. So that's to get us started. Now, one of the delegates of the conference, Teresa Oriani, was a researcher at the EUI, has done a lot of work on trying to look into public administration and political science literature on, how political scientists think about successful integration. So which objectives work well together, right? And the literature has a bunch of very interesting things to say. So political scientists would tell you that there's 5 barriers to successful integration. That's ignorance, professionalism, so that's specialty or expertise, turf, power, and politics, okay? So let's stay with the 2 first ones, and they will tell you where you should go with competition policy if you open up a little bit. They have some predictability built in. Ignorance and professionalism. So if you want to open up the preference function of EU competition policymakers, for instance, you'd say, okay, let's go where there's less ignorance and maybe more professional commonality of spirit and methods, more epistemological common ground between experts. And so I'm going to dive into some very concrete statements here. I think the 2 areas in which you have the most commonality and the less ignorance between competition bureaucrats and other experts in governments are the discussion on inflation, central banking, and the discussion on competitiveness. And these are the 2 areas where competition policymakers should look into. So on inflation, for instance, the question is, what can competition policy do? In an industry in which you have firms with markups, pretty high markups, and there's some inflation going on, you may ask yourself as a competition policymaker whether there's not tacit or explicit collusion when the entire industry basically replicates the inflation rates in its pricing decisions. And there's good reason to do that because inflation has a massive ratchet effect. So it's very hard to reverse the consequences of inflation in the long term. Competitiveness, same story, even though the politics are much more complicated. But so that's where I would put the mark in terms of opening up to other public interests.
Thanks a lot, Giorgio. Same question. And by the way, if you agree or disagree, feel free to address that. Yeah.
Thanks. I guess, first of all, we want to distinguish a little bit between what goals could be integrated into antitrust enforcement, what should we find illegal that we don't find illegal now, and the other one is what should we integrate into the goals of antitrust non-enforcement? When do we exercise discretion, for example, not to enforce? So on the enforcement bit, my sense from the readings is that perhaps enforcing competition law when looking at the labor side of the market can be helpful. And this is already a policy priority or a policy guide taken by some national competition authorities in the EU. I don't think there's any problem with doing that, actually. The consumer welfare standard is capacious enough to deal with harms to the labor side of the market. If you look at the Supreme Court in Austin, the court didn't blink an eye and said, yeah, sure, there's monopsony power, that's an antitrust problem. But I think that could be an issue where more enforcement could be placed, and then that would redress some of what Angela Wigger was talking about earlier today about capitalism causing harm to a particular segment of the population, which at the moment is not benefiting from enforcement as much as it could be. Not necessarily with per se rules, but that could be a place for application. In the context of non-enforcement, I would like to maybe, rather than saying what we should not be concerned about, it's important that when we talk about non-enforcement, for most of the methods we use, it is the firm that would like competition law not to apply to them that has to make a case that competition law should not apply to them. So the default setting is your conduct is anti-competitive. So the green cartel is anti-competitive unless you make a case. And in the EU, you have to make the case on two factors. First of all, that the cartel or the agreement is necessary to achieve the benefit. And secondly, that the consumer gets a fair share of that benefit. And those are not easy benchmarks to shift. And although I'm all in favor of saying we should exempt all sorts of interests, it is important that whatever the interest you want to have exempted, you make a case for it. And I'm not so sure that many firms will be able to make a case that the restriction is necessary or that it yields a fair share to consumers. On the fair share to consumers point, just one issue, which is that some agencies, the Commission in particular, appear to interpret that a little bit more broadly than necessary, but we can maybe discuss that later.
I've heard the word agree or disagree.
Yeah, so I think I have a slight disagreement with Giorgio on labor markets. I think there's no justification for the neglects in antitrust methods over buyer markets. And so we should, spend more time thinking about, monopoly power and labor markets might just be one, use case for, but, considering what I said about the difficulties of integration, I'm reminded of a lawyer, a professor of law, I can't recall, in a famous UK university, labor law, and he mostly self-identify as a progressive. And I once explained to him, I said, look, in antitrust, there's a big labor market agenda now. And the first thing he said, please leave us alone. We can fix this, right? And that ties to what I was saying about professionalism and ignorance, to the extent that oftentimes in the antitrust policy fields, we believe we know better and we can solve very complicated problems. And we also believe that antitrust is the sole instrument in the toolbox. But in continental Europe, at least, we have very sophisticated labor market regulation. And labor lawyers have very good tools to ensure minimum wage, the ban on non-competes. I mean, this is a very US discussion. Every labor lawyer I know in Belgium has had hundreds of non-compete cases, and judges enforce the law on non-compete. So, that sort of isolation that we have in antitrust, let's do something about labor markets. I think at the methodological level, I agree with that. But at the substantive level, it's sort of assuming that antitrust law in Europe operates without labor law, which is to me a wild assumption. So we should go to labor lawyers and ask them what they need, because if we don't do that, I mean, this is the first thing we should do.
Which echoes a point that Julian made. Where are you, Julian? No, yeah, there, right? So there is no sustainability law. And here it's a very much different situation. You do have labor law, but maybe you want to answer.
No,
you don't have to.
No, methodologically, you're right. The other question arises whether other fields of law have the adequate enforcement powers.
Yeah.
And so there are some fields where there's just blatant under-enforcement because you rely on private litigation to solve the issue. So there may be a gap filling up.
I mean, I'm French, you just saw pictures of Paris these days, you really understand what labor law is a big thing, right?
All right, let's move on. By the way, I stopped the vote. It's like what a dictator would do because it was too good. The results were 50-50%, right? So I had to stop the vote there. It will be very convenient toward the end of this panel. Now the question, and I will start with you, Giorgio, is the mirror question. So which objective you think should clearly remain outside of antitrust rules and standards and policies?
I have two. The first is market integration. This has been a mistake from Constant and Grundig 1966 onwards. To say that a vertical restraint is problematic because it dismantles the market is the most fundamental error in EU competition policy. If there's any over-enforcement, it's there. And the recent cases on e-commerce and banning undertakings from preventing distribution through the internet. I mean, if they want to shoot themselves in the foot, it's their freedom to do so. So I think there's a huge problem with thinking that market integration is achieved by applying competition policies. The reverse, actually, by not applying competition policy, you integrate the markets more. Plenty of examples. The other one that I had written down before the discussion today, and I'll stick to it, is industrial policy, if it is understood as a factor to allow otherwise anti-competitive conduct. So not industrial policy in the broad sense, but in this very narrow sense of saying, this is anti-competitive, should we exempt it? And I don't think that we should really get our feet dirty in that. Now, we may well, as Filippo said, have the government do it. So in the Netherlands, the government has a ministerial override over mergers, and that has decided in the public interest that the postal sector should be run by a monopolist instead of having a rival to compete against the incumbent. But even there, the decision is to be motivated. And so the politicians have to step up and say, I am going to run against my competition authority who has made a decision saying this is an anti-competitive merger. What is your justification for it? So maybe there's a political override, but even that requiring some transparency may limit the government's discretion.
Thanks a lot, Nico.
Yeah, so I'm a very empirical person, so I can't really say like this, like, what should remain out of bounds for antitrust. It's funny, there's this book from Giuliano Amato, Antitrust and the Bounds of Power, and since the discussion is power and the bounds of antitrust these days. So that's what we want to, that would be a good title for an LLM dissertation. Okay, I think what should be off the antitrust table by all means is what I call antitrust weaponization. In America, you might call this antitrust dollarization. And yeah, I mean, I can do that to Matt. He's got a thick skin, he can take it, I'm sure. So the idea here is that weaponization occurs when antitrust liability is used regardless of the degree of market power or consumer harm in the economy to pursue compliance with laws that have other objectives. Okay, I'm going to take a real life example. So a firm breaches privacy law and is declared guilty under the antitrust rules without any market power events. Okay, the clearest example is the German Facebook case. Okay, so it's out of touch with the antitrust idea that you need to show a change in levels of market power or a change in consumer welfare allocation in a specific market. It's away from the core objectives that Monti, not Mario, but Giorgio, defined in a 2002 paper as protecting economic freedom, efficiency, and the internal markets. So, weaponization is the preferred weapon of autocrats, plutocrats, and dictators. And it's the Hall of Fame of weaponization of law is corruption law and sedition law in countries that are really turning sort of undemocratic directions. So I don't want to see antitrust being used to this. There's like many legal reasons to not do that, like due process, equal treatment under law, and so on and so forth. I don't want to go into that, but that should be completely off table.
All right, I have a very basic reading of that case. Article 1 and 2 says an abuse of a dominant position, and the of, I think, is missing in the case against Facebook. But anyway, so Nicola, you said we can maybe use antitrust in the fight against inflation and also for competitiveness reasons. What we shouldn't do is the weaponization of antitrust. Giorgio, you said, well, maybe we want to go in the direction of doing more labor and worker rights. What we shouldn't do is market integration, or at the very least, the way it has been done in the past. Now, my question that will start with you, Giorgio, is with this in mind, so those objectives that you think we could implement and the ones that we should avoid, is there any need for institutional change within the agencies, whether we talk about the personnel, the way they are, the divide between the case handlers and body making the decisions, I don't know, anything. So is there any need for institutional change? And Nicola, will go to you then for the same question.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, if we pick up on Nicola's points about how to merge two competing policy goals that make them work together, then you want the agencies to collaborate a lot more intensely with each other. So maybe interagency collaboration could be something that is thought about. In some jurisdictions, it has begun. So in the UK, the CMA works with other cognate regulators to think about digital markets. And one of the things that emerged, I interviewed some of the people working there, is the total difference in language that they speak. So Miriam, a lot of the points you said, look, we are talking about market failure. They're talking about breach of privacy. We're actually talking about the same thing. So a lot of it is language that we use is very different, and yet we're both talking about the same thing. So bringing agencies together, I think, can be helpful, but there are a huge number of barriers, let alone the other points that you mentioned in your long list, but just the way in which we approach the subject is completely different. I think that's one thing to do. The other, however, may also be, so if you want to authorize certain conduct which is anti-competitive, but you think it's in the public interest that it should be done so, and this mirrors a little bit what you said, Thibault, about proof of vigilance, is to actually supervise this. And I think the Hellenic Competition Commission's sandbox for sustainability is a good example. We say, okay, you think you have a case where your cartel is green? Okay, I let you free for a few years, but I will look at what you're doing and I want to see some results. So I think that causes for a bit of a change in the way an agency operates. So it's not just a policeman that says what you're doing is wrong, but it's a supervisor. And that's a culture change for a competition authority that reviews the conduct of firms. Of course, there are examples where competition authorities do supervise conduct. Commitments in mergers, commitments in Article 9 of Regulation 1 require the parties to report back to the Commission. But some more intensive supervision may be necessary if you think there is a justification for deviating from the core values of consumer welfare.
Thanks a lot. No worries. I have questions for those two to oppose eventually, right? Because so far they've been building on top of each other and trying to be constructive, which is not what we want on a panel end of the day. Nicolas, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I also had built technical networks of regulators like in the DMA in a way. I mean, this is one of the good things about the DMA. Yeah, one of the good things. And so, okay, so one thing that I would really like to see is it would help if the European Commission, I'm talking about the European Commission here, could produce more integrated, that ties to your point, Thibault, more integrated approaches of its activities. So I'm going to be very concrete here. So we are on the ends of a 25 years real life experiments of injecting competition at every layer of the semiconductor industry. Article 101 cases, the DRAM cartel case, Article 102, Rambus, Qualcomm, Intel, Broadcom, merger cases, Intel Mobileye, Qualcomm NXP, and NVIDIA ARM, right? So I still don't make sense to myself why the European Commission, with so much knowledge about these industries, has not produced yet a report or put a team together to understand what this multi-layer approach of competition enforcement, intense scrutiny of various layers in the semiconductor value chain has produced. All these cases are taken one by one. And so you hear that Intel is the subject of an Article 102 investigation. A year later, you hear that Broadcom is subject to an Article 102 investigation. But wait a minute, aren't Broadcom and Intel competitors in some markets or suppliers in others? So connecting the dots is something that competition agencies do not do. And it's a big miss for building, good knowledge about what antitrust enforcement actually achieved. I mean, I can't believe that we're 20 or 25 years after the Microsoft case, and we still don't know if that massive scale intervention from governments increased or decreased competition. Well, okay, okay.
It will be probably 50-50%, yeah, if we were to ask the room, yeah.
That's a bold statement. So I'd like to see that, rather than having like a directorate general, a directorate for mergers, a unit for, anti-competitive 101, 102, have this sort of, integrated value chain assessments and reports to understand what's going on.
So that is also something that the UK, we haven't been discussing the UK much, which, feels good sometimes. But they've been doing pretty well, right? With cooperation between a bunch of enforcers, including the competition agency, data protection agency, IP, and so on and so forth. What I want to do now is and we already touched upon that a little bit, move from the question of whether or not we should broaden the objectives and take more optimistic or pessimistic view, depending on your political stance. And start from the premise and the hypothesis that it's coming, right? It's like winter's coming. So how do we do it, knowing that it's coming? And my question that I will start with you, Nicolas, is how do we balance those objectives? Let's take the ones that you think, inflation and labor. So let's say, okay, we want to do more of that plus, I suppose, consumer welfare standard to some degree. How do we prioritize between those objectives? And my question, I guess, is the following. Should we favor the one that we can quantify? And if so, how do we quantify those objectives, right? This might be not so easy. And if so, indeed, the question would become, isn't it a risk that we will just go for whatever we can quantify, something that is very static and, forget about the dynamic efficiencies? And if you answer no to this question, meaning no, we should, in the way we balance those objectives, we should not necessarily go for the one we can quantify, then the question becomes, well, but what about public choice, right? And all the issues that you can never hold the agencies accountable if there is never anything that you can quantify and everything is qualitative. So please, Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Yeah, look, I think we are trying to reinvent the wheel here because, modern legal systems have used two procedures to do that. One is the court system and the other one is delegation to expert agencies subject to accountability review. Judges spend all their time dealing with trade-offs. And, that's what you do as a judge. I mean, you are sort of, confronting, various, values and commands from the law, and you're comparing a lot of things. And it strikes me that, I don't think any of these judges is trying to measure, units of, privacy versus units of consumer welfare versus units of poverty versus this and that. So we delegate, that's what we do. Now, one other sort of fallacy that we stumble into in this discussion, that's the second point I want to make, is the fallacy of the first best. So, there is this, I don't know where this comes from, but we believe that we should optimize all variables in the preference function. So if you have n variables, you should basically maximize every of the variables. And this is, what economists call the fallacy of the first best. It's not possible to do that. So you're in the second best world. And then in the second best world, you can, decide whether you want to be in the piecemeal approach to second best, in which you're going to say, I'm just going to, because I can't really optimize across variables, I'm going to pick one because it's the most important one. And sometimes the law will tell you it's more important. Or you can say, I'm going to try to reason with a small set of variables. That's what EU law requires. Article 1013 says you can compare, not balance, as Giorgio wrote in another paper. You can compare restrictions, anti-competitive effects with economic benefits in distribution and technology, for instance, right? And so the law requires the judges to do that if evidence is brought to the table. US law doesn't allow that, right? So Section 1 of the Sherman Act doesn't allow that. So Section 1 of the Sherman Act is very, very hard on its reading. So I think in EU law, we are in this second best world, and we have a restricted set of preferences that we can try to improve, and we trust judges and agencies to do this.
Follow-up question. Are you happy with those concepts such as probable effects, or would you require that the courts have to show something a bit, more quantifiable?
Yeah, so the problem is the European courts for a long time have given a completely, free check to the European Commission to just say likely effects, and it was taken as an article of faith. So that has been the problem for a very long time. There was the law on evidence. I mean, you can talk to a lot of lawyers in Brussels and you say, what are the rules of evidence before the EU courts? They tell you there's no rules of evidence in the EU courts. It doesn't exist. It exists in the minds of, people like me who write academic books. I've never been in a case. The evidence that's needed is the evidence that's enough for the Commission to convince itself that the case is sound. That's it. So from that, the court has moved the law into something that's more demanding on the Commission in terms of establishing a likelihood of effect. And I think this is a good direction. A lot of people are unhappy about this because, of course, this doesn't go with the sort of, movement towards, more enforcement and this and that. But I think it's very sound.
Yeah, that's also what we see when it comes to market power, right? Where you see that the more it goes, the more you have to show indeed more than just the market shares. And the wording of the court is actually quite clear. Giorgio, I come to you. So how do we balance those objectives? Do we favor quantifiable data? Should we take qualitative studies into account, and how should we do that?
Okay, I think there are 6 ways of doing the balancing that you do if you think you need to balance. So I think all of them are problematic. So I'm just saying what happens. So sometimes you can say, well, we can exclude one value because another one takes priority. So a nice example is UEFA has a monopoly in organizing football, but that's good because the European model of sport benefits. And therefore we say no competition in organizing football matches, but on the other hand, society gains because we have a better football society overall. So you can just say one is more important than the other, and you can put the various goals in some sort of order, and you have to try and justify why you put one on top of the other. And the other thing you could do is you could translate a policy goal into a consumer welfare thing. So you're comparing like with like. So take the privacy point that Nicola mentioned. Yeah, I agree. The Facebook case in Germany is problematic, but there is one story that the competition agency there ran, which is about exclusionary potential. Is by gathering all this data, am I likely to exclude rivals in the relevant market? And so that maybe then builds more into a competition story we recognize. The third is that sometimes you see that agencies use non-economic benefits to kind of tip the balance. We're not really sure if this is pro or anti-competitive, but we are fairly sure that it'll increase employment in the depleted area of North Portugal. Therefore, we'll allow this agreement, notwithstanding our doubts as to its legality. Sometimes what you do is you allow things with conditions. You say, yes, you can merge, but you must do so and so and so. The fifth thing you can do is you can balance the negative and the positive effects, but I'd like to see anybody give me one decision where that has happened. The only one I can think of is the Cesed washing machine case, where we're using, back of the envelope calculations. The commission said that the consumer is going to pay more for the washing machines, but there's going to be so much less energy consumption that this is actually a good thing for society because less energy consumption means less pollution. So, but that was really back of the envelope stuff, and the commission doesn't like that particular paragraph and tries to write it out of all the guidelines ever since. And the other point that has been mentioned already by a number of people in the audience and is discussed quite at length by Orr Brook in her thesis is to exercise prosecutorial discretion, or as the first speaker this morning put it, to have priorities. And so if we deprioritize, we're kind of saying we allow green cartels because we're not going to prosecute them. I think that's the worst way of taking into account competition interest by just saying, I am not interested, because you're just saying, I, as a person, am not interested. It doesn't mean the institution is not interested. And remember, Articles 101 and 102 have direct effect. And so even if you are not interested, a litigant might be interested. So you're not offering any sort of legal security by that latter criterion.
I will merge two of the remaining questions into one. Then we will go to the Q&A. Then I will be asking you to vote once again, and I have some surprise questions. So we don't do the Q&A toward the end. But before that, the last substantial question I have is the following. Something you've mentioned, Giorgio, and also when preparing the panel, is that if you broaden indeed the goal of antitrust, it doesn't mean necessarily more enforcement, right? It could be that you also want to give free pass to some practices. So now the question is, which practices do you think should be prohibited by competition law that are currently legal under the rules of competition law? And or the mirror question once again. So which practices that you think are currently accepted by competition law should tomorrow be prohibited using competition rules? So Nicola, I'll start with you.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to say something that some people in the room will not like, but I think doesn't matter. I'm not paid to be liked by people. So I think we should really think seriously about whether the levels of advertisement in digital industries are not excessive. Every functional democracy in the world has regulation that tries to minimize or limits the space of advertisement in certain areas like the political process or exposition to ads, and certain products are not advertised. And I think this reflection has not really taken place with digital, which is all based on advertisements. And it would be nice to have a healthy discussion about this. So that's one. The second one is bargains. So if you push the idea of first degree price discrimination, so perfect price discrimination in markets too far, the problem is that there are no surplus gains in markets to make for a large portion of the population. The gains of trades are inexistent for a large share of the population. And if there's no gains from trade afforded by markets, markets will collapse. You're going to have what you are seeing in Paris today. The support for markets will dwindle. Markets can exist based on a popular consensus about the possibility to make gains from trade by going to markets. If this possibility disappears, even though you have efficiency effects because you serve the entire range of outputs, if this possibility disappears, support to free markets will disappear. So you need to maintain a degree of gains from trades on both sides of the table. And this forces us to think really hard about the problem of perfect price discrimination.
Giorgio.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll also try and say something a little bit heretical in this room. So what's the biggest antitrust exemption out there? That dominant firms are free now, after the recent judgments of the court from Intel onwards, to do whatever they like to exclude their rivals. If you look at Intel, SEN, Unilever, the incumbent has a lot of flexibility to do whatever it likes to exclude rivals, because the competition authority has to come up with a theory of harm which is based upon the as efficient competitor standard being met. My sense is that we should have more presumptions of illegality, allow the dominant company to come up with defenses, but give a lighter run to the commission. And the background to this is that we want to stimulate entry in the market by new entrants. And I think this case law from Intel onwards seems to twist the balance too much in favor of the incumbents and too little in favor of the entrant. So that's my suggestion of what is currently accepted, because it's no longer an infringement to abuse your dominant position, to actually tighten up abuse of dominance. And I think I agree with Nicolas, but from a different perspective, which is that agencies may get frustrated if they're not able to use the tools they have, which is why we have the DMA. So, if you make it too hard for a particular policy to be met by antitrust, maybe you end up with a worse thing than antitrust, which is regulation. On what we should maybe be more generous on, I just read recently the collective labor agreements guidelines of the Commission. I think it's too soft a document. It's too hedgy, and they should just have a much more generous safe harbor when it comes to solo self-employed workers bargaining collectively.
Now we move on to the Q&A. We have about 10 to 15 minutes for that. So by all means. Yeah, please, Julian, yeah. You have two options. You can scream. Yeah.
And that was too loud, sorry. You mentioned the CSET case, and I'm like thinking whether I disagree there with you, because I think the part that you actually highlighted, which was the cost savings by the consumers, I think that has been in the last years always the one that the Commission tried to highlight. The cost versus the savings, that's how I read it. And then there's the other part of the CSET with the CO2 emissions, which was the one that they tried to forget. But my question here is essentially, if you wanted to do any kind of balancing in that thing, I have not seen in 101 or 102 in Commission decisions clear examples, maybe CSET the only one, where you see the costs actually calculated for the consumer. So if you don't calculate the costs of the restriction, how can you do any kind of balancing in that sense? And I can imagine all consumers and damages claimants would be super happy if the Commission puts a figure there and says the damage of the cartel has been X, and then I just bring in my follow-on damages based on that. Would be amazing.
If you want to answer, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, on CESA that we actually agree. It's the paragraph on the total energy savings that I don't like, that I mentioned, but there is another one which is about the total consumer savings, which is the Commission wants to push. Yeah. On your point, you might want to look at the Supreme Court of Canada's judgment in the Tervita merger, where they say indeed, in a merger case, the competition authority has to quantify the harm, because in Canada, there's a total welfare efficiency defense. So there is one country where Oliver Williamson's 1968 paper was successful, which is Canada. And there they said, indeed, as you said, but from a different perspective, they said if the defendant is going to mount an efficiency defense, he needs to know how much harm the merger is predicted to have caused before they can quantify their benefits. Whether you like that or not, that's what they've said.
Something that strikes me, and then I give you the floor, is that, and it's fairly recent, in the past, if you look at the annual reports of most of the agencies, what they were saying is that last year we imposed for, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 billion USD in fines. Therefore, give us more money, right? Increase the budget of the agency. The logic being that the more we have staff, the more we can enforce, the more we make money for the state. And now what you see, and the FTC is doing it, the European Commission is doing it, the French Competition Agency, the Netherlands, and a few others. Now they do say, well, for €1 that we spend, we actually provide 20 euros. Usually that's the range back to consumers. So to your point, Julian, I'm sure there is some, I hope there is some calculus behind. So surely they must be in a position to quantify the damage done to consumers in the case law. But Nicola, you wanted to react.
Yeah, I want to say that I disagree with Giorgio. And on the biggest exemption in antitrust these days. So I think the biggest exemption is, of course, the opaque exemption, which is the most institutionalized and historical cartel that the world knows of. And this is subject to no antitrust ammunition whatsoever. I think the AEC test is getting too much criticism here, because the AEC test would allow the agency or the courts to find abuse if it was proven that the rival would be as or more efficient than the dominant firm at the current scale of the dominant firm. So if you have an Uber that comes in the taxi market and show that if it could enjoy the share of the taxi drivers, its average cost per unit would be lower than the taxi drivers. The as efficient competitor test would allow the agency to find abuse from the taxi drivers in relation to exclusionary behavior. That's not an exemption. Plus, the second thing is the AEC test doesn't really apply in non-pricing cases. So, as long as you're looking for non-pricing abuses, I don't see an exemption here. But
do we have any other questions? Yeah, please, Filippo.
On data availability. So we all want to measure things, but more and more data is private, right? So more and more it becomes harder to measure stuff. How should this impact prosecutorial discretion, and how should this impact presumption in cases as well, in your view, and towards one way or another?
What kind of concrete case do you have in mind?
I think even as efficient competitor tests, it's like the data on costs or things like these are internal data, or a lot of the cases that involve privacy collection on how much company collect. We have absolutely no idea. Most of the cases we have no idea. It's very hard for governments to just require the data from companies. They have no incentives to provide. So in a way, I understand the push of measuring more and more and more, and I think everybody agrees with that. But this is in a world where data is less and less and less public available. So there's a clear tension between both worlds there. And I think we haven't thought of a way of, if there's a role for presumptions or other things to force data production in a way that we can actually measure policies like that.
It would be a rough jump to move to presumptions because you can't measure. I think, if you can't measure, the jump should be, let's try to measure more, or, something else. But, moving to presumptions because it's hard to find the evidence. I mean, that's just a weird logic, I think.
Can I ask a question actually to one of you? If you could dive into what the general court is saying in Google Android when it comes to the counterfactual, I think it's pretty unique. If one of you no? So yeah, please go ahead.
Is this a segment in which it is said that is this the segment in which said Google recovered the cost of building Android? So
that's not the one I have in mind. The one I have in mind is when the general court says you can't really do a counterfactual because it would imply that you will have a similar market without the practice being implemented. And there is, of course, just one such market for smartphone in Europe, right? So when it comes to counterfactual, and to your point, it seems that the requirements are even less, or smaller to some degree to what they have been in the past. I thought it's paragraph 800.
In the Court of Appeals opinion in the US Microsoft case, the court was very clear that you didn't need, extreme counterfactual accuracy to establish a violation of Section 2. And I think this is correct. You can't just, ask the agency to rebuild the but-for world if this world never existed in the first place. So you probably need to give a little bit of leeway to the agency. Now, requesting counterfactual information is interesting because it's one of the canon of scientific production. And, it's a basic rule of evidence in any course in, dealing with testing propositions. You need to have a rough idea of the counterfactual world. So maybe, maybe, of course, but maybe, no, you don't get this. It's a private joke between Tim and myself. So of course, counterfactual is important, but maybe the court has gone, we are going too far in requesting the evidence.
Which is also interesting if you take, the subject of this panel into account. The complexity you see there may mean that, well, providing a counterfactual when it comes to measuring the impacts in the environment and worker rights might be even harder. Filippo, you have another question. No.
Now,
yes,
perfect. Yeah, so the Philip start monopolizing the Q&A, I approve. I have a question for Nicolas, because you made this really interesting point about putting the competition bureaucrats in a room with the other experts on other broader social goals that you might want to pursue. So my first question is if the current combination of competition and DG Connect people for the DMA enforcement is what you have in mind. Is that an example of where this will work very well, most likely, or is that completely unrelated? And the second question on this is, you mentioned inflation as a good example where competition people might work together with other experts to pursue two worthwhile social goals. And whenever inflation rises, you get these very bad takes on Twitter by politicians like Biden who say, okay, firms are greedy, that's why prices are going up, which of course doesn't make a ton of sense. But if there's such low-hanging fruit in terms of combining economic expertise to improve the situation in terms of competition and inflation, why is nobody proposing this? Is it too difficult for politicians to grasp? Is it too attractive to do a stupid populist argument instead of proposing something that really harnesses the power of central bank experts and competition experts?
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, no, and Giorgio I'm sure Giorgio has an idea on this, because so one of the obstacles as lawyers is you'd need some, functional doctrine of collective dominance / tacit collusion to work on cases like this. And the law has been very difficult to mobilize against tacit collusion in the US and in the EU. I think there is some leeway in the law to work on this. But every time I spoke about tacit collusion with EC Commission officials, they always told me, this is stuff that academics do, but we are not interested. So there's not a lot of interest in the Commission departments of agencies to go after these possible cases of price parallelism and this and that. And also there might be a sense as well, response to the public opinion. This discussion is very polarized. You get people like Larry Summers who can't really answer the questions of John Adams on inflation. I mean, it's embarrassing. But at the same time, you get like wild statements from the far left that say, every company is greedy. Oh yeah, well, great. Companies want to make profits. Welcome to the new world. I mean, so I understand they don't want to go into this, cesspool of, polarization, and given there's no very strong legal remedy, they are very careful. But I think we can probably do more here. Yeah, I know what Giorgio thinks.
Yes, if you want to react, again, you don't have to.
Sure. No, I mean, on DG Connect, but this is exactly where maybe culture matters, right? Because DG Connect has never been an enforcer, so they don't have enforcement experience, but also they have experience of looking at enforcement, which is a totally differently designed. They are much more about ex ante and about setting targets and about bargaining with the firms about how the markets should open. So it'll be an interesting clash of cultures between them. Let's just leave it at that. Can I just get back to the data point? I agree. It's funny on this because so Frank Easterbrook in 1984 in the famous paper, The Limits of Antitrust, said, lawyers know less than businessmen and judges know less than lawyers about the economy. But then you look at the Intel case and you realize that the businessmen themselves didn't know what they were doing because nobody could find out what the rebates were. And so the whole case of the commission collapses because there is just nobody in the whole firm appears to know what discounts were given to which supplier, which makes these very data heavy cases quite problematic. And so the more evidentiary burdens you place on the agency, which of course is legitimate, you want to convict because there's evidence. But if the evidence is just there because nobody knows what they're doing, then that's interesting. But there is data. So for example, a lot of people have studied mergers and have done merger retrospectives. I mean, everybody knows the usual studies, but the one I'd like to emphasize is the DG competition remedy studies in 2005, where they picked a sample of, I think, 60 random mergers, and they said, okay, we solved these with a remedy. What was the solution? And they realized, well, didn't always actually work. So how can we improve our merger remedy design to make mergers work better? And I think exercises like this are really painful for an agency to do, which is why nobody does it, because they're actually showing that you're making mistakes. And as you said, if you're going to test with data, what are we going to do to make ourselves better? You don't want to say we've done something bad. We want to say for every euro you've given us, we've given 20 euro back, which is a terrible measure.
Something I did not mention on the list of the people you may want to hire are historians, right? If you want to conduct such retrospective studies. Here's what we're going to do. We have 10 minutes left. First, you're going to vote once again. So if you go on the very same link, you get asked the very same question. We get the result where 50-50. So the question again is, should antitrust pursue broader goals than consumer welfare? You need the QR code. Or you go to slido.com and the event code is ICLE. If we can get the QR code on the screen, that will be very convenient, or else you could just refresh the page. I see 8 people have voted already. All right. Good. Yes, thanks for the QR codes. Okay, I'll give you the result toward the very end. So in about 5 to 7 minutes. Now, I don't want them to see my questions, so I'm going to hide a little bit. And I'm going to ask you, I really appreciate that you've been answering short answers to very complex questions. I have 5 surprise questions. I'll start, to be fair, with you, Nicola, and then Giorgio, and we'll go back and forth. First question. It's not so hard. Which agency, in regard to our discussion, is doing the best job right now? No, it's not a quiz, it's your opinion. So which agency you think is actually moving in the right direction regarding the subject of this panel?
I like the UK approach to policymaking. I think they are careful, they study, they write good reports. I think, the UK took a lot of bad press this past years in Europe, but I think their approach to policymaking dominates what I see in Brussels, for instance.
Giorgio. I'll be controversial.
You can't say the same.
The Dutch, because I'm living there, because they're taking risks and they're doing cases that are a bit abnormal, and let's see what happens. And good dose of experimentation doesn't hurt.
Go back to experimentation. All right, then I'll start with you, Giorgio. Question number 2. What are the best articles you've read? Again, discussing the subject we've been discussing today. Okay. Or the best article. You could just give me one.
I'll mention one. Rebecca Hall Allensworth.
You can't mention yours, by the way.
Yeah. I haven't. Rebecca Allensworth, The Incommensurability Myth of Antitrust, 2016. I don't remember the journal. I think that's a really good discussion of balancing and the challenges that agencies face if they think about balancing.
From Vanderbilt University, I believe. Yeah, Nico.
I'm a big fan of 1984, The Limits of Antitrust. Frank Easterbrook. Didn't take a wrinkle.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Nico. What is the best argument you've heard today on one of the panels? Something that you never thought of, and you thought, well, that's actually quite good.
Wait a minute. The best arguments against the argument with the argument that, the best argument against the argument with these statements, these wild statements I find about capitalism, which assume away the existence of a ton of social welfare regulation, taxes, subsidies, and institutions and laws like, labor law, safety law, consumer protection, privacy, and so on and so forth. You have to live on a different planet to believe that we're not in an era of intense legislation and public enforcement of the law. There's a lot of push for more. So I think, these are statements I hear on the UI campus. These are statements I hear in a lot of areas. I don't think they're real.
Giorgio.
I think it was a point in the sustainability panel when somebody said, well, but what are the side effects of authorizing anti-competitive conduct in the public interest if the public interest then shifts somewhere else? And I've seen the argument before, but I think the general point is you want to do good, but what is it that after you've done the good, what happens in reality? What is the sort of the secondary consequence of having done the good? And I think that's something we want to think about a little bit, the unexpected consequences of enforcement.
All right, thanks a lot. Fourth, Giorgio, you first. What is the question, the most important question that I failed to ask during this panel that you would like me to ask, and please answer the question. Something you really want me to ask, which, I failed miserably.
Gosh, we agreed the questions beforehand, so it's kind of hard to say what you hadn't asked. This point about measurement. So you said before we should then take stock, and then Nicolas said, we should take stock of all these cases. I have two responses to that. First, the Commission does do this to a certain extent with market investigation. It does so ex ante. It says, okay, let's take the pharma market. What are the problems? And let's gather as much data as we can to diagnose the problems, and then we run a series of cases. So that does exist. The other point is, how much can we really measure the success of a competition authority? So this idea that, we've taken so many cases and we've generated so much consumer welfare is problematic, because if your job is to deter, then we haven't done anything this year is actually your best chance of saying you're successful, because you've effectively deterred all cartels. If you're doing more and more cartel cases, then you're not actually doing your job, because you're not generating general deterrence. So this measurement idea, which came from the chief economist of the Dutch Competition Authority, and that's now in the OECD, is problematic. But it's also problematic. So I'm studying now industrial regulation of industrial safety. And even there, a lot of the people who are interviewed about, is a health and safety regulator a good thing? We don't know if we are reducing accidents by our enforcement. Yeah, accidents are going down. Is it because of us? We don't know. And yet, as soon as there is an industrial accident, people will say, you're not regulating heavily enough. So I think it's difficult for a competition authority, and I haven't seen a single paper that justifies its existence in this very granular way. The best studies you have, there's a paper, I don't remember the author, who said, look, countries with a competition authority that is active generally improve welfare more than countries with other competition authority which isn't active. At this macro level, we can say something, but Bucci-Rossi, but at a more granular level, we really can't. So although yes, it would be nice to measure how effective enforcement is, I don't know if we can.
I never know if I've always been told that in Japan or maybe another country, you only pay the doctor when you are not sick. I don't know if that is true, but I believe there is, it used to be China, right? So that would be quite similar, right? You only say as an agency that you've done a good job if you've enforced nothing, because everything goes well. All right, Nico.
Yeah, so there's two things. The one thing that we didn't discuss is innovation, business dynamism, new firm creation, entry and exits. And, I think your first question, it was, what should antitrust be about? And my answer to that question would be in Europe. So I'm not talking about the US.
You got to answer the question, right?
Sorry?
You got to answer the question.
So I am answering the question now. In Europe, what should antitrust be about? It should be about economic prosperity, growth, and pie size. That's it. Europe has an enormous problem of, small scale firms, zombie companies, lack of business dynamism, low productivity. This was at the heart of the European projects in the 1950s, growing business units after World War II. This idea has been completely lost on policymaking. We need to revive this idea. Americans look at Europe, they don't look at Europe, they look at China. Europe doesn't exist, just the middle ground where nothing happens. It makes me very sad as a citizen and as an academic. So I think we should work more on this, and that's what we try to do at the Dynamic Competition Initiative, as you know.
.com.
A little bit of self-referencing here to close the show, right?
All right. We do the result of the vote before I go to the very best question of the show. Same amount of people voted. 39% answers yes. So we should pursue broader goals than the consumer welfare, and 61 is answering no to the question. Make whatever you want out of that. Okay, Giorgio, I'll start with you. So this panel has been about inclusion to some degree, including more social goals. I know one subject that is very inclusive and yet very political, and that's Italian food. So now the question, Giorgio, is what is the best recipe for pasta? And then I'll go to you, Nicola, and see if you agree.
Best recipe for pasta. Well, first of all, you've got to make the pasta yourself. You shouldn't just buy off the shelf, and you need to really, handle it with lots of care and spend hours and hours making sure the dough is flat and then running it through your machine. And after that, fresh olive oil.
Okay, Nico.
Are you kidding? As in everything, I mean, timing is of the essence, right? So the best recipe for pasta is, you get the nice products and this and that, and then you just have to be very careful with timing. That's all I know about pasta.
Very good political answer. All right, please join me in applauding the members of the panel. And I believe we have 25 more minutes for the concluding remarks. So yeah, thanks very much.
I'll stand. I'll be very brief. I know you don't believe that, but it's true. I really just wanted to thank everyone for coming. I hope that you learned something or were somewhat entertained, and not only by Thibault and his last panel, but I think these are some very interesting questions, and I don't see Fred Jenny here, but he made the point a week or two ago that that concern for big tech is passé now. What all the antitrust enforcers are concerned about is sustainability, and assuming he knows what he's talking about, and I think we can assume that. This is not going away. We'll have lots more to talk about with respect to these topics, and we're delighted that you decided to spend your day with us talking about these topics. So thank you very much for coming. Thanks to the university for hosting us, to Antonio. Thank you so much for having us. Thanks to the ICLE and UC3 staff for helping get everything ready to go and making it all work. And now I want to invite Santiago Martinez Laje to say a few words. Santiago is, well, I think one of the most prominent lawyers in Spain, one of the great experts in European law and antitrust law, and also for how many years a superstar arbitrator. Now president of the Ayala de la Torre Abogados, as of just a month or so ago, right? And we're delighted that you agreed to give your thoughts on what we've talked about, and take it away, please.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for these kind words. I have to confess that today I feel as an old-fashioned scholar or practitioner. Because when I started studying these matters in the early 80s of the last century, the only goal of competition law was market efficiency. And as a consequence of that, consumer protection. It is true that concerning the European Community competition law, it was also mentioned market integration. That was also mentioned during your debate, and which for me has always been rather problematic. For instance, the use that the European Commission made of competition rules in the field of pharmaceutical products concerning parallel trade when there is no harmonization of prices. I close brackets, Marcos. But nothing was said at that time about democracy, sustainability, industrial policy, or broader social goals. This is why I am very happy to address you these closing remarks instead of the opening speech. Because when Lazar contacted me to invite me to pronounce these words, I had to confess that I didn't have a clue about the matter. So I said, I'm ready for closing remarks because I hope to learn what is going on. Well, I have discovered today, and I have to confess that I have also read the papers you recommended, some papers that Borja, sitting here, sent me, and some papers that I prepared a little before, obviously. But I have to confess that these new things, that what I have learned today, in fact, didn't exist in the 80s, but not even when I stopped practicing competition law. That was only 5 years ago. 5 years ago, in Europe, in Spain, these were not questions to be discussed. I learned a lot. Let me start by saying that I have been very impressed by the first presentation of Pilar Canedo. That was a very good summary of the state of question for an ignorant as I was when I started. And thank you. And I was impressed by this sentence in her presentation, that the antitrust authorities need to adapt the criteria on which decisions are taken according to other goals. For me, this is the most important message. Antitrust authorities have to adapt. Adapt, I think it's a good verb to express what we need. Adapt, adapt. Personally, my personal perception is that sustainability goal is the most mature one, as Maurice Dolman's presentation of the decision tree for making, it shows that the application of paragraph 3 of Article 101 is mature to be applied to this subject. For me, it seems to be the more mature. But I have also to confess that I discovered that I had only had a certain intuition that in competition, antitrust and democracy had a strong connection. Filippo mentioned today not only Daniel Crane article on how the rise of Nazism in Germany found a good field because the economy was concentrated and cartelized. And he made also a reference to an article that I haven't read, which was antitrust enforcement in Spain during Franco's regime. I'm going to comment 2 or 3 things that maybe you don't know, which are very illustrative of what we have discussed today. Most of you remember or know that in 1953, the United States of America and Spain signed a mutual defense help treaty during Eisenhower's mandate and Franco's endless regime. What is not so much known is that a secret condition for the signature of this treaty that put an end to the isolation of Franco's regime was that Spain should adopt an antitrust act following the model of the Sherman Act. And so it did. Only 10 years later, in 1963, but it was formally very similar to articles at the time, 81, 82, provision of horizontal and vertical agreements and provision of abuse of a dominant position. But this act was hardly applied because there was no political will to do so. In fact, some of you don't know it, but when the first test of this 1963 act didn't grant the authority, the administrative authority, the power to impose fines. They only were allowed to propose fines that were to be imposed by the government, and they were not. This is why it was, there was a professor, Professor Garrigues, known certainly by all the Spanish presidents, who qualified this act in Spanish as an exabrupto jurídico. My friend Lazar facilitated me a very good translation, a legal aberration. Exabrupto, a legal aberration. Why? Because the economy, Spanish economy, Spain at that time was not only a political autarky, it was also an economic autarky. It was completely capitalized. So it was impossible to impose. Some of you will remember that at that time, there was a figure called vertical trade unions. Vertical trade unions were trade unions officialized and divided into workers and the economic branch of the trade union. Well, the economic branch of the trade union, by sectors, by industries, was supposed to be for two goals: negotiate reduction of tariffs of their inputs imported, and negotiate the best tax treatment. But in fact, they were the house of cartels. I mean, the main topic was to say, to partition markets and to have, so it was impossible. So it is not to go beyond that. I will finish by thanking, first of all, ICL and the Universidad Carlos III, you, Jeffrey, Lazar, Antonio, and congratulating you for the great success of this conference. Indeed. Secondly, of course, I would thank and congratulate the extraordinary lineup of scholars and practitioners that have been present with a degree of excellence difficult to find in this kind of events. Thirdly, I want to thank all of you for attending this event and for your contribution to the debate with your questions. I have appreciated particularly Marcos Araujo, one concerning this approach of the European Commission to the need to have losses to obtain certain benefits. And finally, I want to thank, and I will change into Spanish because I want to thank los técnicos del sonido que nos han permitido disfrutar de una impecable audición, particularmente a mí, que como veréis, tengo un implante coclear y necesito algunos hearing aids. Muchas gracias a todos y enhorabuena por la organización. Muchas gracias.
Wonderful. So now we drink. I assume in the same place, Charity? I assume it'll be upstairs, but if not, you'll see it on the way. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. That was great. I wonder if the either intended.
Let me change.
Yeah, oh, sure.
Let me change my channel.
Sure.
I was.
Okay,
Not really.
better? Yeah, okay. So I wonder if there was any sense in which the intended effect, or maybe not intended, but the actual effect of the requirement to adopt the antitrust law was not that it would be enforced against this, this regime, but that it would implicate sort of norms of that it would yeah, norms. It was that maybe it was about